This gotta be new. That's crazy good looking. Hey there guys, it's Metro and we're back. Yeah, back to some live WoW for the last 2 days of the week here. We did a bunch on the PTR. We'll have a video on that this weekend. Rune's back, welcome. We'll be back to PTR next week too though. Next week they'll have more dungeons to test. I definitely think we saw everything we were going to see from Operation Floodgate. Very short and very interesting dungeon. But yeah, we'll see what's going on in live. I never opened my vault, so we'll do that. The algorithm, what's up, man? Welcome. Glad to see you again. Yeah, let's go ahead and see what's in the vault, and then we'll get some keys. Hopefully we can still get a vault this week. Like credit for a vault this week. Alright, we got not much. No, we got Versatility, Mastery Map, Mythic Cloak, so yeah, nothing. But at least we filled our chest. So, wait, do we have that transmog? Ooh, I don't. Yeah, we'll take the transmog. So who knows when we'll get these things. Transmogrification. Exhumed Centurion Spikes. That's the set bonus. Jay as well, welcome. So how much of that set do I have now on Mythic? Because I can create, use the catalyst charges too. What is that? What is their arrows? Anyway, on Mythic we only need the wrists and the waist and the boots. And then on Heroic we need a lot, but I don't really... Honestly, the Mythic one's the best one. No, they're not. They're all kind of... None of them are amazing, I don't feel like. None of them are, like, exceptional. So I honestly kind of don't even really care if I complete that set. I have wanted to do this. I keep forgetting to do this. Did I save this or something? Yes. I've been talking about doing this forever. Crafting the full set of this gear. I have, like, mad sparks, right? I'm going to go do that right now before I forget. Does size resolution change how zoomed out I am on the game? I don't think so. What resolution are you on? Should be 1080p, I think. Alright. So that's these, right? Yeah. We need to buy this stuff. Can craft a few of these, really. Start the stream with that. Because, man, do I want that set. It says I have 2. But I don't know what the other one would be. The only one that shows up is the wrists for some reason. That's because I crafted those.
My directive is to serve you.
No, we don't care about just buy the cheapest. Because we're not actually making the item. Wow, those are crazy cheap now. That was only a couple thousand to make that whole item. Although it's just a rank 1 item, I guess, so nobody really wants that. You need the other stuff. And Diab as well. Sorry I missed your comment. How you doing? Is there something on your cam hiding parts of your face? Nope. It's just the AI thing that's trying to remove the... I guess I was too close to the microphone, so it was like blocked. Yeah, the microphone was blocking me. I didn't realize I was so close. Oh, I see. Actually, the mic has moved a bit, yeah. That makes sense. Okay, anyway, craft these. Forge. Boom. One of the best transmogs in the game, if you ask me. Well, I know we have other sparks, might as well. Yeah, sorry, it was the mic. Good catch. God, this Discord is blowing up today. Pokemon TCG is, it's like, might as well be BlizzCon today, I guess, at this point. The equivalent of BlizzCon over there. I have my FOV at 50. Damn, what a difference. Nice. Glad you fixed it. What's the secret for sticking with one character? B Metro, I guess? I have no idea. I don't have any interest in any other characters. So, not sure, to be honest. We're going to craft all of these real quick. Let's see. What other parts of the set would we prefer to have? We just crafted shoulders. There's probably some that maybe we don't have still. I think helmet and chest would be a good choice. Helmet, chest, and legs, maybe. I think that's going to combine all of those into one purchase order, which would be good for the add-on to do that. And then we'll get started on some keys right after that. I've been meaning to do this for a long time, so I have to get this out of the way before I forget.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Yeah, perfect.
My directive.
Hey, Game Seeker, welcome back. How are you? Quickly craft these items. Breastplate. Oh, and we're like getting a bunch of stuff saved. Cool. Helmet. And legs. Cool. Hope you're doing good too. Me too. I hope I am too. And we're getting a bunch of first craft stuff, so that's like more knowledge, right? Oh wow, we have 21 points. I didn't even realize. I guess it doesn't even really matter at this point. Guess we should maybe start putting points into like actual just like raw crafting stuff. I don't even know what this is. This is like crafting profession, equipment, and consumables. Yeah, we're never gonna do that. Improve your crafts. Gain 3 ingenuity, multi-craft, and resourcefulness per point in this specialization. Gracious forging. Strengthen your bond to the forge, increasing your ability to craft multiple items. You're never going to be able to do that with an actual piece of gear, right? Ingenuity and resourcefulness. I guess it's better to just keep... Well, I don't know, because like you don't get... It's only if I was going to craft feet, right? Like otherwise all of these are... pretty much done with this at this point. I guess blades, because next season we'll make another weapon, I'm sure. I really like the profession system, even though I don't interact with it much. Colin, now that we're super late in the season, you think about doing any alt keys? No. No change. I just don't have any, like, I don't have any other characters at max level. I don't have time to do anything with them. If I had the time to level them, you know what I mean? Like, there's just no time or interest in it. If I suddenly had, like, a fully set up character to go, maybe. But probably not, either way. Like, Blood's just too fun. Did I try the PTR yet? Yeah, last 2 days.
Supply of goods forever.
Video coming this weekend on my thoughts. And Anthrax, what's up? Welcome back. And M as well. How you guys doing? Alright, let's get some keys going. So yeah, well, hold on before we... How many... We still need 2 more. I don't know why it doesn't show up, but we have these 3. Presumably I need... belt. Wait, actually, yeah, this says really incomplete still. It says I only need 2, though. Why does it say that, but they're not showing up? Let's take a look at crafting them. That's not where I'm going to be able to do that. Blacksmithing. So we have that. Gauntlets we don't have. Belt we don't have. Boots? Oh yeah, of course we have boots. I'm wearing the boots. Okay, so it's just gauntlets. So 2 more sparks for gauntlets and belt, and then we'll be fully done with the set. So that means we have... Well, I'm missing the cloak from Delves, otherwise I have all of that. So that's what our character would look like if we had that on right now, which is still very incomplete. The gloves especially, you can't really go without the gloves. The belt too, I mean really, yeah, the whole set is just so... it's just so friggin' badass, it's crazy. Very happy with some of these sets. What the hell is that, Lunar Festival? And then, yeah, you can mix and match a bit. Is that a cloak too? Yeah, there's no cloak with the set, so... It doesn't really feel like the exact same coloration now. Not a bit, it's close. Anyway, do you think the Stonewall Trinket is a good choice instead of Swarm Lords if you don't have access to raids? I think the Trinket is pretty solid, actually, yeah. It's just kind of complicated. You need like a relatively sophisticated weak aura to handle it. Alright, what do we got? Sign up to some 14s. It's a tank already. Blood is fun. I'm leveling mine. Been addicted to all the specs of Monk. Oh, sweet. Yeah, there's just like, I don't know, I don't really have a lot of like interest in leveling characters. I don't know why either, because I really enjoyed leveling them. I think the thing that really like has been a sticking point in my head is that delves should be good for leveling and they're not, and that really bothers me. So I'm hoping that someday they will be good. But people are saying if you go do every quest for delves, it's not, like you get about like 5 levels from that. I want to finish leveling that hunter though. I gotta make time for that. There's just so many things I want to do. I still want to do that Pokemon playthrough as well on Ace Games TV, but that's just super behind now, I think, on that point. And then I still want to do the leveling stuff on the Hunter. I still want to do the Draenei Heritage Armor, and then I want to start the TBC playthrough that I've been talking about. I was testing it out a bit this morning. There's a couple like technical issues. I don't know what's... Hopefully it's not going to be a problem long term, but outside of that, it is very, very hard. It'll definitely be the hardest WoW thing I've ever done, it seems, at least early on. I haven't gotten very far. I think I'm only level 7 or something, but it is definitely the hardest I've ever played World of Warcraft leveling. So I want to get to try that for sure. What else? A lot of posts in this Reddit about Pokemon stuff. Journey Together official Pokemon products launched today. I was able to get the ETB bundle and the 2 Pokemon Center ETBs. Or yeah, it's the ETB bundle, but I meant booster box bundle. And then we'll wait and see if we can get our hands on wholesale products otherwise. If not, that may be all we get. Just some stuff to hang on to and sell. May not even open anything in the set. I don't even really like that set, to be honest. There's so few actual cards that are like trainers cards. I really like the idea from the original sets. How like I thought every card was a trainer's card, but not like that anymore, I guess, for some reason. I was wondering what attracts you to tanking. I've been playing loads of Prot Pally recently and seriously falling in love. Tanking? I mean, I think it's definitely, you know, like an ego thing too, first of all. Like, we can just say that out of the gate. No reason to hide that. Being in control, you know, being in the group leader role, like that's something that I've always liked in really all video games. Feeling like you're at the head of the, you know, you're leading the charge kind of thing. But besides that, I don't know, honestly, because I don't really feel like there's much that, like, tanking is such a thankless role. It's such a difficult role. It's such a, like, backseated role. Like, I think it's really just blood in general. Like, if blood didn't exist, I'm not sure I would tank anymore. I'd probably go back to healing. Tanking is fun, but I really think it's just blood. Like, if for some reason Blood Death Knight was removed to the game, I'd probably go back to Holy Pally. Or maybe even Resto Shaman, but yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if there's an actual answer. But yeah, like being able to fucking like solo everything in the goddamn dungeon, and you know what I mean, like being the last person alive on every piece of trash, and seeing those huge death strikes, and being able to grip in casters, and being able to AMS mechanics and all this stuff, like Yeah, blood DK truly is the answer to the question. More than actual tanking. I suppose you were a tank and a healer as Blood Death Knight. Yeah. It's just like the gameplay of Blood is so insanely fun that I don't think... Like, there's no other spec out there like that. It's the most unique and the most fun, so I don't think there would be... Like, if I played Prop Pally, maybe? I mean, I know it's very powerful right now, too, so that might be encouraging, but I'd rather play Holy as my main and maybe all a bit of Pro or something. I was watching 18 Necrotic Wake yesterday on Twitch, and the tank was eating while tanking Stitch Flesh's room. Eating, like he didn't have both hands on the keyboard. Well, people say like, well, I'm surprised you're able to read the chat. Yeah, it may be difficult, but to have only one hand on the keyboard, I could not do that. That would be impossible. Do you have any tips for pugging? Trying to change the route? Trying to change / do the route when you're tanking. In lots of cases, I just fly randomly in Dawnbreaker, for example. Oh, you mean like people are going... No, I just... Yeah. You know, I get a lot of criticism for this, but like I have a very, very, very conservative mindset on this topic. Like, your job is to follow me, and if you do not, then you've made a mistake. Like, that's all there is, you know? So, if you didn't follow me, and people are gonna go their own place, and you're gonna say like, well, you should have told them, you should have typed, you should have linked the route, you should have something or other, like, okay, you can say that if you want, but it's not gonna change me. Like, I'm not gonna change who I am just because people are not able to, you know, follow the chain of command inside the dungeon. So I don't really have any advice. If you're really, 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 really trying to be like the most friendly tank possible, then you just constantly communicate, basically. Offer to link routes, offer to get in Discord, offer to type like everything that you're doing. If you think something's abnormal, make sure you tell people. Like, that's all the advice I can give, because I don't ever do that stuff, but I'm sure like people have criticized. If I did those things, we'd have more success. It's probably true. Less confusion, at least. Dragonflight Season 4 pre-patch. Brewmaster felt so much like Death Knight. I know. I heard about that. If people want to run their own routes, they should be tanking. Well, it's true, yeah. One way or the other. That's like my thought process on it as well. Like, you know, unfortunately, you're playing the role that doesn't get to choose the route. Like, I'm sorry that is how it is, and you don't feel like that's how it should be, but that is how it is and how it should be. So you now have to, you know, like, you have to submit. Like, there's, like, you know what I mean? Like, you either throw a fit and leave over it, or you just follow me. That's all there is to it. I see what you mean. With me, Prop Pally, it's Avenger Shield. The whole idea of AS is so cool to me. Oh yeah, I like that spell too, to be fair. It's just not enough. The kit is too thin in my eyes. The stuff that I love, that is. Weird to do hard keys again. The time that we were testing on the PTR was not very difficult. There was one or two pulls that I was like, oh, I'm kind of in danger, but no like complicated stuff. It happens a lot, and I'm getting tired of it. Yeah, you just have to, like, steal yourself from them. Guy talking to me? The fuck did you kite them on me for? Honestly, the trash in the new dungeon, even on 12, did not seem threatening at all. Oh, you did it on 12 as well? We tried it on 10. It was definitely a lot harder, but yeah. There wasn't any, like, really serious tank stuff. It was mostly just regular auto attacks, and that was it. Yeah, actually, I think there's literally 0 tank mechanics on that trash. Uh-oh. Did again. I read that. Yeah, but yeah, I don't think there's actually much, People are so insanely... like, they fucking, like, wake up and are tilted. It's crazy. That's crazy, dude. These people are really crazy tilted. They just like they just wake up and they're tilted. Mad goes bad. Dude, we could end this run right now with one type of a comment, honestly. He just didn't move. Yeah, I don't even know what he's talking about. It's like, what do you mean kite? Did I move the mob? Like what? Like 5 yards? Like what do you mean? I don't even know what he's talking about. I have to go back and watch that. Yeah, like I definitely didn't move it like 40 yards. You know, like what actually happened there? I'm not sure. I have to move out of the mechanic too, my friend. Guy stands in front of a train and gets mad at the train. That's pretty much, yeah. Feels like that, I guess. Have you ever thought of getting an account in EU or in other regions? I don't have like time or money with that, but I have played on EU before, yeah. That's 4 deaths for this fella now. This healer is low, GG. Then leaves. That's not how I thought we were gonna end the run. Red is healing almost as much as the priest. Beware. They're really getting on the priest now. Beware. Oh, is he talking about the very first pull? I think he has 4 deaths. I don't think so. Well, I'm gonna look at the run anyway. Hey Jambo, what's up, man? Welcome back. Beware.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Priest going on about everyone except himself. Well, I hope you'll understand that, like, this is not really... Like, if you're having a bad emotional day and you start bringing this to keys like this, man, time to log off, I think. I was looking a bit earlier, saw you making the transmog crafting set, and this is the first dungeon of the day with these kinds of attitudes. Pugging Mythic Plus is full of degenerates. After not pushing for title for the last 2 months, I'm starting to come around to the idea of just playing games for actual fun and not about chasing clout. Yeah, I'm glad that you feel that way. That's not how it works. Illidan Realm community does not claim that priest. Oh yes, they do. This is definitely an Illidan person. It's why I'm enjoying SOD so much. I'm even considering getting involved in a new MMO called Pantheon. Oh god, Pantheon. Tell your streamers. What? As someone who heals, that's 100% on the healer's job to deal with. Also, when it comes to that spider explosion that murdered him, he could have psychic screamed it. I mean, obviously, nobody's going to convince me that I did something. I didn't even know what... I don't even know what he's accusing me of. I have to look at it, but I want to keep recording this just in case. Is it possible to mute the party chat while pugging? Yeah, you could disable it, yeah. Alright. It's over. Let's go. Put that in the sheet and look at what actually happened there. I have no idea what you're talking about. WoW players are always trying to get someone banned. You just gotta the high road and go next. Being super abrasive is a waste of time. Oh, I'm not worried about wasting my time, brother. Welcome to the stream. Crazy how I just watch vids of you reacting to groups disbanding, then I tune in and see this. That's one of the worst things we've seen all season, yeah, honestly. Somebody getting tilted like that quickly. That's pretty wild. What is this? Glory of Team Rocket. Surely there's no pre-orders for that already. I don't know why people do this. Good morning, Metro. No PTR today? Yeah, done with PTR for a bit. Wait, you're in a group with that guy? Raphael said the healer just joined my group. Yes, please make sure you record that. Oh my god, yeah, I don't. You shouldn't even. I mean, if you want to just get content out of it, but that dude's tilted, like clearly, right? Like woke up tilted. So let's see what's going on with that. I still have no idea. Less confusion, at least. Ironic way to start the recording. Kind of sad though. If he just takes it on the chin and moves on, you all probably on your way to the last boss right now. That's what I was trying to say. Like, brother, just shut the hell up. Like, what are you on about? Even if you think I did something like that, like, why would you be mad about that? Like, what do you think I did it on purpose? The first pull of the dungeon, I'm trying to intentionally kill the healer. Like, what are you talking about? It was clearly either an accident or like something avoidable, one of the two. And to just be like talking about, like, he brings it up 3 times in the run. That's really weird. Is it this? I don't know if it's this. You guys said it might be this. I always just, as soon as they start dying, I just start running. So it must, I guess it must be, but I didn't think he died here. I mean, is that, he gets hit by it, but he doesn't die maybe? I don't know. This would be the only time where you'd think it would be called kiting, right? But he doesn't actually die to it. This mob's still alive, actually. That mob didn't even die. Yeah, I think it has to be the second pull, because this is where he dies. But I definitely, I mean, where do I move? I'm literally just standing still, I'm pretty sure. Is this him here? Where is this player right now? I see the shadow thing. This is him, right? Okay, so let's watch this character. So why do I kite on top of him? You mean like I moved the mob? I moved it like 5 feet. Like it goes like 5 feet. Is that even like 2 yards? I'm not even sure that's a full yard. Where's his actual character when it dies? I swear he moves into them. Yeah, he fucking moves that direction. He's going into it. He's walking into it. What is he doing? He's walking into it. Why did you kite them? It's got to be trolling, right? This isn't real. This isn't real. The priest was mind controlled. Look at, he moves. This is his character. Watch, he moves directly. He just walks in direct to the center of it. Like if he's like, well, I guess I'll just die then. Standing still, moves forward right into it. Literally could. I mean, look at, there's another guy. Here's another guy. This is a melee, almost as far away as the ranged. The melee, I'm also kind of maybe moving towards, right? Guess what? He just fucking backpedals. Literally presses the S key and doesn't die to it. That's how easy that was to not die to that. And then immediately types, what the fuck did you kite them on me for? That's wild. Says it once, then dies. Paladin says, are you okay, healer? He goes, no. Tank kited ads on me and I died. But yes, my fault. Like, is that sarcasm or are you actually taking credit for that? Like, oh my god. Ooh, all right. Glad we came back to live. Wow, PTR was fun, but this is I missed it. It's nuts. I'm wondering why he's so close to begin with. Well, it's maybe a complicated place to fight because of like the bridge and the holes and stuff. The moment you type and get tilted, the key is kind of over because your mindset is shifted entirely. Right, like you guys were saying, like I even said it, like I could have ended that key with one response to him, right? But like I was hoping that he was actually gonna just chill out because like, I mean, to be that upset about that for like 10, 15 minutes, however long that went down, it's like, whoa, you got just I mean, he's just got something going on in real life, right? That's got to be it. It's like, I'm sorry that your real life is stressful and that you're unable to, like, I extremely stressful day. One of the most stressful days in the last probably 4 or 5 months of my life yesterday, okay? It was not a fun stream because of that for me, but I don't think, like, I didn't sit there and fucking bash other players. I didn't, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't a very good day for me, but I was able to log on WoW and put that aside for the most part, like 80% of it aside, you know? So if some people aren't able to do that, then I mean, just, I don't know, you got to log off. There's nothing else you can do. I've never caught a live stream before. I was not disappointed. That's one of the craziest moments that's happened all 8 years of me streaming, to be honest. But yeah, I actually feel bad for the guy, but oh, it's a lesson to learn, I think, you know what I mean? That's gonna end up being a clip this weekend, and it's a lesson to learn. If you're in this state mentally, then you gotta just chill out, you know? You gotta do something else, one way or the other, because that's just not fair. That's, like, people talk about leavers, or bad players, or like being, you know, not qualified for the key and stuff like that. Like, this is way, 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 way worse. Way, way worse. Because you're making an easy thing impossible now. You turn something that should have been very, very, very easy, moving out of mechanics, to be impossible because of your mindset. And if you're not able to control that, then you can't, like, that's just not fair. Like, there's no Raider IO score for your mental state. Nobody can predict that, okay, we invited this 3 point, whatever he was, K priest to this group. That seems like a good invite, but maybe he's like tilted into oblivion at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. You know what I mean? There's no way. Like, that's just not fair. You're bringing baggage along that nobody else would ever expect. I'll never wrap my head around the fact as to why it is so hard for these people to just say my bad and move on. That's because, like I said, the response from this guy has got to be from real life stressors. Like, nothing in that easy ass dungeon could stress you out that much. There's nothing in that, or maybe a previous key, like we talked about last weekend. Could be a previous key, I don't know, but one way or the other, it's not related to that. There's no way that response and that conversation is related to that one mistake. That's not even, like, I mean, that's absurd. Now that we've seen it, the guy's 5 feet away from the mobs and moves into them. Like, come on, brother, that is, to say that's anybody's fault at all, like, I mean, that's insane. It's insanely rare to find someone that can control their emotions nowadays. Yeah, I think it is getting rare. I don't know how or why, but I think it is getting rare, sadly. All right, let's get on the sheet. Start to the stream was not disappointing. I healed for years. Only time I ever died outside of obvious things was my own doing. Personally speaking, hard to die under most circumstances as a healer. I made a resto shaman for many years. Yeah, I mean, if you look at it that way, then good. Wouldn't want to get in a fender bender with that guy. Oh, he'd pull a gun on you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the shit that really scares me, man. Because, like, I don't know. Hey, Bliss, welcome. Glad to see you today. How's your day? That's the stuff that really scares me, though. Like, those are the... I don't know anything about the person. Like, we barely interacted, so I can't really say. But, like, those are the people that you might run into in the real world that make me not want to go outside. You know what I mean? I think that, for the most part, the internet and anonymity causes that further. Like, it makes it worse. But regardless, you know it will potentially happen in the real world too. And so imagine you get in a stressful situation with somebody like that in the real world, and it's just like how do you interact with that person positively at that point? Like we're like, you might, if it's a stressful situation where you're both opposed to each other, you might be becoming like endangered by this person. You know what I mean? It's not some situation you want to be in. And if it's positive, if it's negative on equal sides, then like good luck. That guy, you can't count on that guy to make any good decisions. You're gonna have to do it all yourself. Okay, that one's in the video. They wouldn't get away with it in the real world if you act that way. At work, it's GG. That's true. I think that's the bigger thing. There's like no repercussions. Like a viewer said that he's in a key with him now too, so it's like, what the fuck? You're probably right about that. Oh, look at that one. That's a good one. Most likely doesn't act like that in real life. He suppresses anger and takes it out on Pugs and Mythic Plus. Yeah, probably right. I've been playing other games other than WoW for the last month. Every game is the same story. People get angry over non-issues and end up just doing poorly because of it. Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest skill. Like, if you want to get better at video games, start working on that. That's, I mean, we make a video on that this weekend. That's going to be the takeaway message from it. Like, you're going to let yourself, like that, you know what I mean? You had 100%, well, let's not say 100, but you had an extremely high likelihood of succeeding in that dungeon. And your emotions, one player's emotions, caused that to no longer be true. So how could you ever, like, you talk about spec, talk about whatever fucking talents, hero talents, gearing, gems, rotation, using CDs, anything. There's nothing that's going to be worse than that. Not a single mistake can you make on your actual character's day-to-day rotation and gearing and scheduling of anything will ever be worse than you freaking the fuck out over one death and derailing the key. You can't make a bigger mistake. There's not like one spell that you can cast that will cause everybody to quit. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't work that way. So that, if anybody wants to get better at the game and you ever have that happen to you, you need to work on that. Don't worry about specs. Don't worry about flavor of the month rerollers. Don't go start changing your class. Don't go start changing your gear. Don't worry about your HPS, your DPS charts. Just work on being a better human being. Work on being better under pressure. It's the number one thing. The name kind of rings a bell. I know, it kind of did too, but a lot of people like Cake, I think. To be honest, it's probably a big part of why. He's definitely not on this one, because it would have showed up already. But let's look at previous ones. I think you just have to like re-put it in every time. Could have just been somebody we've already played with though, and we had success with. That's the only thing that is kind of, nowadays, dude, we had a lot of runs that are successful, right? Like, there was just one a couple of weeks ago that was like a complete disaster of a run, but it's not on the disband spreadsheet. Does the guy that downplays other cultures, huh? Does it have to do with anything? Downplays other cultures. What does that even mean? It's the guys that think they are better than the group are the problem. That's true too, but like again, this is not that, right? Like that guy's not even talking about this. Like he's not blaming it. Like he's just wrong about what he's like. He's overreacting. That's the only way to put it. Heavily, like 99% overreaction there. You know, that's pure like emotional stability. Like that's something that he needs to work on. There's nothing. That's the biggest mistake you can make in the pug world. Before the battle of the fist comes the battle of the mind. While it's from Kung Fu Panda, it still strikes true. Yes, well said. Probably not what he was talking about, but I think at the end of the day, you're probably right. I don't know, people are like lions. If you charge one, they'll more than likely run away. Oh, really? No, I think you're right. But, I don't know. I think people are also scared, you know, and they'll react quickly if they can. You should ask Lead to pass so you can list with your IO. No thanks. That's the exact reason we joined the group, is to see how it goes with his IO. Otherwise, we're not going to do this key. More posts in the Pokemon TCG Deals Reddit. God, they really are just dumping everything today, I guess. Journey together. GameStop in-store pre-orders started today as well. It's a lot of stuff. Pug life can be rough, but I thoroughly enjoy it nowadays. You got to be able to like laugh and enjoy that kind of, like, if you like, let's put it this way. People ask me this all the time, like, how do you continue to enjoy pugging? The stuff that we just had happen, that's like one of my favorite moments of the year, okay? If that would be one of your least favorite moments of the year, then you need to stop pugging. If you're not able to look at that and think like, oh man, that is such a crazy fun interaction, I'm glad that happened to me, like, then you got to stop pugging, because stuff like that's going to happen, and that's going to kill you otherwise, you know what I mean? It was the epitome of a pug experience. Yeah, it's like something that obviously can only happen in a pug setting. Like, yeah, it really is like the epitome of it. Yep. He's from Rag. Uh-oh, don't tell this guy. Finally did my first 12 Sunday night. 2-chested air care. Not bad for a noob. Oh yeah, nice. Air care is like, yeah, it's a good one to target, that's for sure. It's a wild start. Hey Peter, welcome back. How you been? It's going nuts in California, huh? I don't know if anybody, I guess obviously if you're living there, you're not living there right now, but it's pretty wild. Yeah, where are you at in terms of that?
System, but it's not dissimilar to what we've seen in other extraordinarily large-scale fires, whether it be pipe, electricity, or whether it just be the complete overwhelm of the system. I mean, those hydrants are typical for 2 or 3 fires, maybe 1 fire. You have something at this scale, but again, that's going to be determined by the local.
What is the situation with the water? Obviously, in Palisades, ran out last night in the hydrants. I was talking to the firefighter on this block. They left because there was no water in the hydrant here.
The local folks are trying to figure that out. I mean, just
They're saying like don't have enough water in the hydrants to put out the fires. Is that what's going on? I'm in Long Beach, 30 miles away. So you're in any danger though, or what? Because I know my father's, like one of my father's best friends growing up, he lives in California, but he lives in Pasadena. I don't know how far that is away, but he said even they might have to evacuate. You see the deplorable humans who are looting in active fires. Oh God, I guess that doesn't surprise me, but I didn't see it. Would the mentality be better if you had a queue, like a solo queue? That same situation would still happen 100%, but I think the game would be better off, you know. Gavin needs to resign. Yeah, that was him, I guess. I don't know what that clip even was, but he's basically saying, like, I have no control over the fire hydrants for some reason, I guess. The locals got to figure it out. Yeah, I guess that was a clip of him saying, like, I don't know how to fix this kind of thing. Pasadena is right near one of the major fires. Oh, really? We're fine over here. We just got some smoke down this way, depending on which way the winds are blowing. Gotcha. Had some ash on my truck when I left work. Whoa. Sunset Boulevard's burned down. Holy shit. This is actually an interesting moral question. Is there anything wrong with looting when things being looted 100% will burn otherwise? Oh, I guess that's a great point. Yeah, it's a very interesting concept there, right? Like, you are fearing for your life. You left. So all your stuff's gone. Like, all my Pokemon cards. It's going to bring a tear to my eye just thinking about it. $6,000 worth of Pokemon cards over there. Just going to leave them. Don't want to lose my life over it. But some crazy motherfucker's like, nah, man, I need that Charizard. He's going to run into the fire and take it off me. Then months from now, I'll be like, wait, you stole my fucking card, bro. It's like, it was going to burn to the ground. I took it off you. How does that work? I don't even know. I would loot. It would get burned anyway, to be honest. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, well, from a moral standpoint, it was the question that Nick asked. But how about from like a legal standpoint? Like, I don't know how that, I guess it's still theft, right? I'd be hauling my PC out of the flames. I don't care. I guess it depends on how long you have. Like, how long do you have to react? Like, did people know the fires were on their way and they had like a day to react? Or is it like literally like, holy shit, we got to leave right the fuck now? Because if you have like 0 time, I'm literally grabbing all my slabs and running out the door. That's the only thing I'm taking. That and my phone. My PC is going to burn, but there's nothing on the PC that can't be recovered. But that's, yeah. That and all my cash in the house, and I'm running out the door. Maybe a booster box to grab it. Surging Sparks booster box. The moral answer is if you have the capacity to get in, then you have the capacity to return it. There's no more argument for rescuing something that's not returning it than not returning it. Yeah, I think it's more like a philosophical question, though. It's like, under like the jurisprudence of the United States, like, is it morally adequate to like, because think about it, right? This is similar. Like, is it morally adequate to steal something from somebody's garbage? Like, if somebody's throwing a couch out and they don't want it anymore and you take it, like, people do that all the time, right? But so in this case, the only difference is you may not be choosing to leave that stuff. You may be forced to leave that stuff. Whereas otherwise, it is going to be destroyed one way or the other. You've resigned to that by leaving the house. So it's an interesting thought, yeah. Garbage is on public property. Your house is still your property. Yeah, no, it's not a one-to-one comparison. I was just saying that, like, you know, at the same time, you're leaving these things, you know they're gone one way or the other, both in both situations. But I guess you're saying that's like breaking it anyway, one way or the other. You have to be quite desperate to loot a building in flames. Yes, that's definitely the case, yes. Fire officials ask people to leave homes unlocked when evacuating. Sadly, you knew this would happen. Oh, so they can get in easier and didn't have to break down walls and stuff. I think that's the key. You're not leaving them there for someone else. Yeah, no doubt. Obviously, it's not. You're not doing it on purpose, yeah. I guess the question is, like, if it's 100% going to burn down, that's different. Then, oh, maybe it survives still. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know. A utilitarian argument is not a moral argument. Well, I don't fully understand the concept of the question anyway, honestly. I was just having the interesting thoughts run through my head. It makes sense, like, if you think about it, like, if all of this shit is going to be gone anyway, and you're just too, you know, you don't care about it, and you're scared to go back in and save any of it, but somebody else can, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody did it, and I don't know how mad I would be, you know? I would just be like, thank God we got out. I think that would be my thought process. If it got looted, then it's not a 100% chance that it would burn. I don't really know. If the house is actively on fire, but it takes like an hour for the house to burn down, then I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that anything inside of it is going to survive, right? Or what? I don't, trust me, I don't want to find out, but I don't know what a house fire looks like. I don't know how long it takes for something to actually be destroyed. But there's a time when it's like, we can't get past this. Like, the fire is too far and this house is going to be destroyed. But you can still, like, stand in it and not die, you know what I mean? Like, it's surprising what people will do for money, though. Yeah, that's surprising. I agree with that. To do it at all is insanity. Like, you gotta be crazy to do this. Morals don't mean anything when no one cares if you live or die at any moment. That's probably not how this conversation started, but I guess you're probably right about that in some ways. I mean, it's a panic, a pure panic. And the other thing is, like, how are these people getting caught? What is this, the concept of looting? Like, you need to be seen doing it, right? Like, just by default. So was there somebody there filming? Is that what this is being talked about? Why this is being talked about? It's hard to move through a house fire without the right equipment. Oh, I can imagine. Unless you're the Human Torch, probably very hard. Someone deciding to be riskier is how close they get to a fire. It does not morally allow them the right to steal the property. Right. Someone getting richer off your tragedy must feel really bad. Right, like, you gotta be insane, probably insane, but at worst, like, insanely desperate to do that one way or the other, you know? So, I don't know. I think, like, if it was me and it was that situation, I guess it maybe depends on what it was. Like, if it was like, fuck, man, I can't believe I'm gonna lose this. I really should have taken this before we left, but it's too late now. And then you see somebody, like, walking out of your house with it, like, a year later. Or a day later, some shit like that. Like, your burned down house and this guy's, like, walking. Like, it really depends on the circumstances. But I think in general, if it was like, well, he took a painting, like a $100 painting out of my house, like, it was gonna get burned anyway, so all good, man. I'm glad that you're safe, you know? Like, I don't know that I would, I don't know. It's a weird situation. They had cops at the fires to go knock on doors to make sure some people are evacuated. Oh, okay. So there are people in these areas to report looting. Got it. Shift and right click would auto loot your house. Yeah, but your bags would fill. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is why it happened in the first place, because your bags would be filled. So you'd have to go to a vendor. Like, if I was trying to auto loot everything out of my house, my bags would fill. So I would have to go sell some of the Pokemon cards because I can't take them all. Like, you know what I mean? So I would quickly have to go to a card shop, sell them, then run back to the burning house, re-auto loot everything that, again, maybe have to, you know, my bags are filled, so I have to go sell stuff again. In that time, the house might burn, you might die, you know? So that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't take it all physically. Your bags are filled. Someone left my key saying his house is burning in LA. Well, I assume that's a joke because at this point, you wouldn't still be in your house, but clearly you just need a backpack of holding. I think, like, no matter how, I mean, unless you live, like, an incredibly modest life, your bags would fill, right? Why did you kite the fire onto my house? That's what the guy should have said, right? That would have actually been funnier. You can't catch them all? Not with the bag space that we have currently, yeah. It was not agreed prior to the key that house fires were an acceptable excuse. Most homeowners have insurance that will cover the burnt stuff. It'll take forever, but you should get paid. Oh, really? California will vote Gavin Newsom back in after this, too. Oh, yeah. Pokemon card stacks up to 1,000 now. That's it'd be easier to fit them in your bags. Repair mount, summon, save you a trip, walk outside. Yeah, no, you have to go to the auction house for these.
And now,
If you sell these cards to a vendor, you're gonna just get like base price. You're gonna get like 5 cents for each card, but these cards are worth a lot more. You have to send them. You have to sell them on the auction house to somebody who actually wants them, not just the vendor.
Or is it just Iric now? He swept from the Hall of Awakening into the stone. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. Beware. Cowering, timorous beastie.
Has there been any fire like that in a city before in the USA? This happens all the time in LA, doesn't it? Or maybe not LA itself, but this happens all the time in California. Maybe just not in that exact spot. Australia had this a couple years ago. Oh yeah, well I know Miami or Hawaii, right? But that was also probably not a huge city, yeah. Chicago had a famous one. Oh yeah, and so did London, right? In like the 1800s or earlier, maybe. Same with if you're talking about like a natural disaster, though, you're probably talking about a natural disaster. I think the London and the, like, what was it, Japan somewhere as well, right? These were like man-made, like somebody did this to create chaos, basically. This is not man-made, obviously. At least I don't think it is. Is it? Maybe it is. This is one of the most destructive fires in LA history, yes. I would imagine it's gonna be unlikely to match that. But I remember people talking about this for years, that like a really bad fire and a really bad windstorm, like the entirety of like LA will burn from right to the coast. Like the water will be on fire basically, and that sounds like what's happening. This one started in someone's backyard? Oh no. That's gonna feel bad, huh? That's where all the fire mages went? Well, that guy from yesterday should go there because he needs to practice. Go watch the trees and see if you can learn anything. Doing fucking less than tank damage on every single pack yesterday. Was this just another baby gender reveal? Oh really? What, like they're firebenders? The fire in the Palisades went down to the beach or very close to it. Yeah, that's what I heard would happen if any of these got this bad. I guess there's like history of that happening in the areas as well before they were populated by humans. There were gusts of wind that were 100 miles an hour. That's insane, dude. That's like a fucking hurricane, right? Hurricane force winds, yeah. So even if there wasn't fires, it would be like seriously dangerous to be there right now. There was a giant one in Oregon. Was started by the gender reveal. Oh wow, really? What the hell? Wow. Blue fire is boy. People saying anything. Who knows how it started? Can't trust the news. Yeah, that's true. You never know. They used a smoke grenade. Oh, well, that was a bad decision. Where I'm at, we got 50-mile-an-hour winds yesterday. Wow. That's pretty bad. Only the Brave with Miles Teller is a movie that does a great job of showing what conditions are like in a wildfire. Oh yeah? Is that a newer film or an old film or what? Back in Reddit, there used to be a guy, back in 2020, there used to be a guy on Reddit that would start fires. What the fuck? Hopefully he's in prison. Mid-2010s movie. Oh, who's in it? It's mostly due to us humans not knowing any better and doing stupid shit, but also the lack of control burns that cause these things. Right, like I think there's some natural element to it as well. Like you're meant to have this stuff, like nature does this for some reason. And because we've populated these areas so substantially to the point where there's like no trees, like, you know, all the trees are in one specific area and there's nothing else, like... Oh, you're talking about Josh Brolin is the main character. That's cool. I think I've actually seen a trailer or something for that film. It sounds familiar now. Traditional news media is biased, yes, but they have at least some integrity. Oh, do they? Well, good. I'm glad you feel that way. I don't know much about it. The couple that started the fire with General Reveal went to prison. Oh, Jesus. That's crazy. Because they didn't follow bylaws, I guess, right? 20-year-old Arizona resident. I only know Haboob. Is that the real word? Haboob. Forced winds. Sub 100 miles per hour. Look, fire's pretty. Some people just love watching it burn. Clearly they need to get a Bunsen burner. Yeah, that might be better. We do control brush fires here in Australia to prevent the natural ones occurring on a mass scale. Oh, that's good at least. But like the stuff that would burn down is like, you can't just burn a house in LA though, right? Like, I guess it doesn't matter. Like that wouldn't happen normally, so that's not really a concern. That area is only going to get caught on fire because the other area already caught on fire that you would need the control burn during. I guess. I don't know how it works. I don't feel like... Was this a common when we grew up? Like, I feel like I don't remember this when I was young. I don't ever remember there being these fires. My area just did a control fire last week, ironically, because it's been so brutally cold and we have no snow. So everything's just dry as fuck. Ah, interesting. Okay. So even in non-super hot areas, like this is not heat related, I guess, right? This is just weather, like it's basically wind related, right? There's a lot of the opinions are that advanced Final Fantasy techniques are actually making wildfires worse. I told you, Faxi was right about that game. You talking about like limit breaks or some shit? Wind and low humidity, gotcha. No rain for months, got it. It's a big problem in that west part of the country, right? Metro, it's the new people doing it. They feel like California is Mexico territory. What do you mean? You're saying like somebody did this on purpose? Most of the land previously owned by indigenous tribes used to do that for the same reason. I grew up in Swag District. Fires are extremely common, but normally the fires are in the canyons and they don't get this kind of weather conditions. Oh, okay. So that's why it's becoming more... I see. That makes sense. Because I don't ever remember hearing about this when I was young. Smokey the Bear did the best, and the influencer generation failed him. Oh, yeah. Honestly, you're probably right. Because people go do crazy shit now, right?
Either one of these paths should lead us to an access console.
Single target damage looks sad. We'll see how it goes.
Beware.
Oh, I never actually upgrade my ring either. I gotta do that. Hey Metro, what you up to? Not much. You missed a crazy first hour of the stream. How you been, Tagar? Long time no see. Hi, speaker Iric, or is it just Iric now? Yeah, I love that voice line. The best voice actor in WoW is this guy. I don't know what his name is, but he's crazy. I missed you on retail server. Yeah, good to be back. Actually, the first run of the day proved that. This week's upgrade is just smack a turnip. Yeah, I think hopefully I have one. I'm not actually sure I have one. It's just be in combat? Is that like you have to fight something? Is that how it works? Are you full 636? Not in every slot, I don't think. But I stopped caring about gearing a while ago. Get your ring to proc 10 times. Oh, okay, that's how it works. When would 11.1 come out? Probably late February, I would say. That's Razageth's voice actor? You think the best voice actor, you mean? The changes to Crest feels really good. A lot more motivation to finish keys now. Yes, that's definitely true. What's the max Admiral ring at right now? I think if you bugged it out, it could be finished. So I don't know what the actual real one is. $652 if you didn't bug it. Gotcha.
Beware.
Run ain't going so great.
A golem fused with scarred and corruption? Fascinating.
Beware.
Oh, kick nothing.
Beware. Beware.
What's the max IMO possible in the ring? That I don't know either. By the way, when I brought up Pantheon a while back, you're like, Pantheon, oh boy. Oh, because Alex Central was like for fucking 15 years has been hyping that game up, and it's just never coming out, I feel like. I don't think the game's coming out. Like, I don't know anything about it, but like, people were talking about Pantheon when Nostalrius was still a thing, so this is like 2017 or something. The max is 658, is that what you're saying? It's crazy how the Druid did over 1.2 million HPS on that pull and people still died to the dot. Yeah, I guess you're right. That is crazy.
Beware. 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 Beware.
They seriously gotta rework it. That's so good. They finally came out on Steam like December 13th, I think. Oh, is it actually out now? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's been being talked about like for like 10 years, basically. Healer struggling. Looks like it. Hunter was right. He was sus.
Beware, beware.
Every minute there's a death, yeah.
Beware. Beware.
Healer dropped a nice try, yep. Did you manage to time some keys on 14? Finish some keys on time, got it. Yeah, we have a couple now, yeah.
Beware.
Healer looks like he's healing. I don't know who or what he's healing though. Probably me walking into these circles over and over again. How does PTR gear work? All the gear scales to the dungeon item level that they want you, so you can just use your current gear. But you can also buy the set bonus and stuff if you want to test it. The guy's playing Marksman. Poor soul. 2600 player, I think. 2600, yep.
Beware.
After all that comment about what I'm doing, that's funny. I was watching Yoda do Death Knight PTR last night, and he said, same old Death Knight, fine 1 second, one shot the next. I mean, they made no changes to the specs, so obviously that's the case.
Beware.
GG. See you guys. Sorry for key. Another Sin Rogue whining about chain pulls. He doesn't want to stop. That's why I stopped playing in November. Just in the 13 arc Hera with that priest, we overtimed it by 10 seconds because of a few wipes. Not much entertaining, but he was a bit toxic to the tank again. Oh, you gotta send me that. Weekend 3-man, no healer. What the hell? Yeah, if you send that to me, I'll definitely take a look at it. Okay, another one in the book. That one didn't go as expected. Wasn't very funny. Okay, what is the damage? Okay, I did 40. Is that real? 42k overall damage is pretty good, right? That can't be the real number. Because I certainly didn't do that much. 1 million overall? What's that about? When's the last time we saw? Oh, Marks, we saw one recently. Marks and enhanced. Man just gave up. Yep. I mean, if that guy was actually AFK, I don't know. I didn't realize he was AFK. I don't know how long he was AFK. Wait, what's going on here? Why does this keep going to this page? Oh, I just looked at the guy. That's why. So I was looking for this guy's name. Okay. It's really frustrating coming home from work, waiting 45 minutes to get into Mythic Plus for 10 minutes of gameplay. How can Blizzard fix that? I mean, Blizzard can't, but you can just stop pugging. If you really don't enjoy it. I don't blame you for not enjoying it, but at the end of the day, it's not just Blizzard that can fix it. Hey Metro, are loot drops and keys random, or would you say 1 in 5, 1 in 10? It feels like I've been going forever without my BIS ring. You get 3 items per finished key, I believe. So 3 items for the group distributed across 4 people, or maybe it's 2. Is it only 2? It might be only 2. But yeah, I mean, the odds are heavily documented, so you can look at that. But you basically, I think it's like, yeah, you have like a 2 in 5 chance to get a piece, pretty much. I think. No report for the shaman. Report. I don't report anybody just because I don't want to have them put on my ignore list or something. Not much they can do. This has been a recurring issue for years. Yeah, yep, I agree. It's up to the community. Yep, 100%. This is a community-made issue, and we have to solve it. That's why I've been doing what I've been doing. All right, let's get more. Who's that? I don't even know who that is. Somebody on my friends list? I don't even know. Must be a viewer. I forgot to put a note or something. Alright, anyway. 14's out there. Let's see him. Couple Dawnbreakers. Dawnbreaker 14. Very good. Oh, this is the guy from the last group. This a viewer? Must be a viewer. Welcome. It's a weird situation because you can't blame the people who want Flavor of the Month roles for best chance of success, and the players who don't want to play Flavor of the Month because they enjoy something else. Well, that problem is not ever going to get solved, yeah. That's never going to get solved. That's like a psychology issue more than a game design issue. I think Yoda made a video best describing this. Best way to solve this would be to go tank or healer, only 1 role, and if you're Flavor of the Month tank, you only complete with other Flavor of the Month tanks. What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about DPS just has lots to compete with. I got it. Hey, I was wondering, would you use an external web app to track the things you track in your Excel? Web app? What is a web app? What do you mean? I just use the spreadsheet because it's familiar and easy to customize, but I guess there's definitely ways to make websites that would do the same thing. See, this all started because I wanted to make a website similar to Raider.io, but with more actual information on it. Like actual fan submissions or whatever, user submissions. We paid some guy $550 to get started on it, and he just took the money and just like removed us from Discord and went away, like never came back. So ever since then I gave up and just made the spreadsheet. as compared to DPS. All 10 characters, all DPS. I have 10 characters and I have to change because my class is not S tier. That's 100% community, and I have to say content creator's fault. Yeah, at the end of the day, we agree that it's something that the community has created and not Blizzard. But I don't know what you mean. I have 10 characters and have to change. You don't have to, though. I mean, you could just do your own key. You could stop pugging. Like, there's lots of options. You aren't totally without options. They may not be the options you want, but they are there. A web app is basically a website that would track what you do here, but get data split by your input, i.e. C charts and whatnot, aggregated by specs, all that. So you wouldn't have to compute this in the Excel if you wanted to see it. Yeah, the Excel does it automatically though, right? Like, that's what's the benefit? Like, why is an Excel website, like a link to a Excel document, better than? I mean, I don't see the difference. They're both on a website anyway, right? Not sure what the difference is really. I'm on that track too. I'm pushing high in Mythic Plus and will most likely tank in Season 2. It just makes life easier overall, but as Metro said, there are ways to get games in as DPS. Yep. Yeah, I mean, like, if I wanted to play DPS and I had a tank or healer role, I would just do tank or healing until I was higher enough score, and then I would play DPS after that. Like, you know, that's how I've always done it anyway as a player. If I wanted to play an off spec, like a spec that's not super desirable, you start by demonstrating that you can do the dungeon on something else, and then people will be more likely to take you on the other thing. You don't have to swap. There's a lot of satisfaction in getting real far playing off meta. Right, and so this is another thing to think about, and something that you definitely should be thinking about. You're trying to, like, compete against the global scale of players, right? But if you just look at your own progression as the competition, you will have a lot more fun. So if you say, like, all right, I can't get in more than one dungeon a week, I never get anything done, right? But you don't think about it like, well, everybody else is getting something done, I'm just never getting anything done. If you just look at that as, like, normal, like, all right, I got to work on getting one thing done and get that score, and that's the best you're going to get, then that's still progression. You know what I mean? I get it's probably not fun to do that, but that's the way I look at it. Like, I don't really care one way or the other. Like, if I get no more points for the rest of the season, I'm still making progress in my own, like, my own progression. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'm still doing something. So if you can look at it that way, it'll be a lot more satisfying for you when you finally do succeed. Switching to tank was the best thing I've ever done. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good option for a lot of people. Yeah, just play what you want and then stop worrying about what everybody else is doing. You know, play the spec you want and just worry about making progress. Like, just on your own. Don't worry about what other people are doing. Honestly, doing that this season for me, and I kind of realized the struggle isn't worth it. So much time just wasted sitting in queues, especially if you don't run keys. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you may not enjoy it, but it may not, you know, if you can just look at it for what it is, it may still be enjoyable. Sorry to hear about that guy running with the money, though. Yeah. That was frustrating. That was back in mid-BFA, though, so it's whatever. It's a long time ago. There's not one class or spec that cannot get Keystone Hero. Oh, definitely not, yeah. Keystone Hero should be very attainable. Realistically, yes. Play whatever you have fun with. You can learn to have fun with things that you don't like initially, but I can 100% understand that natural tick you have with some classes, yeah. The dungeon's on normal. Oh yeah, you mentioned that before. They'll figure it out eventually. As someone who played all three roles, played meta specs, and off meta, the secret is simple. Play what you enjoy, it will carry you through the journey more than anything. Yeah, you'll be more resilient to the problems as well. Like, if you're playing a spec that you think you only need to play for, like, the, you know, the meta composition of it or something like that, and you don't enjoy it, then when things go wrong, you'll be more likely to be unhappy. It'll be more likely to be unsatisfying, you know? Whereas if you know, like I play Blood Death Knight, like I don't give a fuck about anything else. It's so fun that even if it's literally just like one death strike in the dungeon, that's all I need to have fun. Whatever your role is, pushing keys require a static group. Yeah, it would help, I guess, obviously, right? Finding out this is probably the best dungeon in the pool this season, it is kind of crazy, yeah. It ends up being one of the better dungeons. Just like all the ones that I always worried about, Grimbatol. Well, yeah, Grimbatol, I always say that, but I mean Grimrail Depot. For some reason, I keep saying Grimbatol. Your approach to playing is what has attracted and kept so many watching. I appreciate you saying that. I guess it's true. I don't know if it's true or not, but I think there's a lot of things that keep people watching. The wildness of the game is probably a big reason.
Wait. Who are those intruders?
On a long enough timeline, all specs will become meta at some point. What do you mean by that? Like season after season, or if the season lasted infinitely?
The decimation of our with its complement of cannons. It can wait. Who are those intruders?
Season after season. Oh. Yeah. Don't know that that's true, because obviously things change. Like, it's not just one thing changes. Everything changes, so. Pugging is a lot more fun to watch than all the sweaties in the tournaments. Yeah. Probably since vanilla, each spec has been meta at some point. Well, vanilla is not, you know, there was no meta. The earliest we can trace these problems are to Mythic Plus, really. You could look at challenge modes, but that was really imbalanced, so probably not going to learn much there. I couldn't agree more. Watching people on high keys with established groups is boring. Gotcha. I think probably the big thing that makes it less exciting is that they're always just strategizing and talking with themselves, I imagine. So it's like probably very few like interesting conversations happen. Whereas I feel like pretty much every day we have some kind of unique, interesting conversation about something. Some impassioned rant or some like interesting conversation that I think people probably don't know a lot about, and they get to hear some interesting perspectives. That's my favorite part about streaming. It's just like having interesting conversations with people that know more about these things than I do. You stream on Twitch? No. I have a whole video as to why if you want to find out why. It's in the description. I didn't play before Legion, not financially independent, and parents wouldn't pay for a game, especially in Eastern Europe. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, Mythic Plus only came out in Legion, so that's what we're talking about. Obviously, you can say meta maybe in Raid, but that's with 25 players at 40 at one point, right? So it's going to be a lot more likely that specs could be considered strong. When you're talking about 5, it's a lot harder. What's my pet doing? Attacking that mob over there for some reason. The non-WoW general conversations are great. I'm glad you guys like that. The pugging coin toss is what is enjoyable to watch, and the lessons we learn along the way. Yeah, I agree. That's my favorite part of my own content. So, like, I have fun making the content myself because of that. So I'd imagine most people also have fun watching. Pugging is the best way to stay adaptive in the game, as dynamic as this. In a game as dynamic as this. The content is always enjoyable for that reason. Yes, I agree with that. Pugging is invaluable for that. For being able to be adaptive or whatever.
Only one more ship in the Dawnbreaker is ours again.
Pugging is the OG affix and has created hours of enjoyable content, yes. Certainly feels like what WoW is and should be. It's like solo queue for League, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure it's way more, in like, that's just what League of Legends is, like, solo queue. The craziness of that. You don't, like, I don't think, like, you want to play with a 5-player group in that game, unless you want to be, like, the absolute best players. Some hot ramen and a Metro stream. Life is good. Nice. What flavor ramen you got? I like using the ramen noodles for other dishes. I don't really like the actual noodles seasonings or whatever they give you. First key today was an excellent example of that. So yeah, I mean, that was a true, that was like one of the wildest things we've seen. Certainly one of the most like contained, like we've seen some crazy shit, but not like, they usually just like get really, really exaggerated and blown up for no reason. This was just one mistake. This was one thing. I've never seen something like that before.
Be not afraid. Let it embrace you. The knife guides me.
Miso ramen. Oh, okay. I don't know what that is, but good. I hope you enjoy it. Thanks for the sub, Mercanus. What happened? What, this morning? Earlier in the day? You're gonna wait to see this weekend's video. You're gonna get a video on that this weekend, 100%. So stay tuned. Especially if Raphael or whatever sends me another video. Apparently the guy went to the next video, next run as well. If you send me that, we're gonna include that in the video for sure. Yeah, it happened on the stream. You can just go back and watch it if you'd rather, yeah. I really love these quick review videos of Pugs. It makes me want to keep playing. Oh, cool. Yeah, well, I mean, if you are having any runs that you feel like you need help on learning different things, or even if it's just funny stuff, send it in. We'll take a look at it. It was 2 runs ago now, yeah. The first key of the stream, basically.
Beware.
Not sure, would you be willing to make a video on streamers multi-boxing? What do you mean? You mean like streaming to multiple platforms? Or I'm not sure what you're asking. Tell me more about the topic. The Evoker as a macro. Chili's is the backbone of this nation. Yeah, the Chili's that's being built near me is actually going to be like a really big one. Apparently there was something in the office, which is set where I live, that had something to do with Chili's, and they're going to take a bunch of the memorabilia from the show and use it as like decorations in the Chili's that's being built around here. But they're really slow. I guess maybe because the weather or something, I don't know, but it's been almost, well, it has been. It started last April, so it's probably going to be a full year for them to build this thing. When we talked about this in the spring, a lot of you guys said that these restaurants get built within like 3 or 4 months, so I don't know. They got to use Kevin's Potted Chili. I don't know what, I've never seen the show, so I don't know what they're going to do, but when I go, I'll take some pictures if anybody actually like is big into The Office or something. Classic Office episode, Dundee's and Tim Weathers. I don't know anything about it, but all I know is I read about that, and it sounds like it's probably going to be very attractive for people who like the show. Running 2 copies of WoW at the same time, I think, and controlling 2 characters. Yeah, but what does that have to do with streaming? I don't, yeah. Don, feel free to elaborate, and if it sounds interesting, maybe I will, but I don't know anything about it, so probably not. Why would that need a video? That's why I don't know what he thought, yeah. Does the Anthracite Museum really exist in Scranton? Yep, yeah, I've been there. It's quite cool. I go to that park all the time. I used to go to that park all the time to walk, but now maybe I'll go up there to play basketball. It's a really nice walking area very close to where I live. It's only like 5 or 6 minutes of driving. I wonder how many people visit Scranton because of the office. Hopefully none, because there's nothing here to visit. It's not like the office was not filmed in Scranton. It just takes place in Scranton.
Find and defeat them, or we will have to face that commander at full strength.
Streamers are literally multi-block boxing and breaking the rules, running 4 or 5 game clients on a single computer. That's not against the rules, though. It's only against the rules to use hardware mirroring or whatever. So if you actually have 4 accounts and you just pilot them all yourself, then that's not against any actual rules. But what would you want me to make a video on? I don't understand. Like, what? Like, exposing these people? I don't even know who they are, I guess. I'm not sure what the video would be. Not sure why I know it takes place in Scranton. Yeah, it's just talked about here probably a lot. You've heard me talk about it. Are you telling I can solo a key with 5? Yeah, that'd be cool actually. If it was easier to do, I would definitely do it. It's actually very hard to do though. Even 2 accounts without hardware mirroring is like insanely difficult. I've tried it before. Multi-boxing isn't against the rules now. It's never been against the rules. The only thing that's against the rules is using programs to mirror having hardware. Meaning, like, if I press, like, if I have this screen up and I have another screen in the background, I'm not allowed to use any software that allows me to do inputs on both screens. You would have to have hardware for both screens, basically. Yeah, like Faxi said. So what you can do is instead have actual hardware for this. Like, you can have a keyboard that's split. Apparently, people have bought these devices to help do this without software, and that is illegal. That is not illegal. That is allowed in the game as well. But it's a heavy investment financially, because you need like multiple keypads or keyboards or something like that to do it all with one screen up being the only thing that's up. I think what a lot of people also do is they have like 5 screens, like small screens on one monitor or something like that. I saw this guy who used to 40 box Molten Core on a private server, and he would have all 40 games up on like multiple screens. But I don't know how you would ever do that. What is the purpose of it? I heard some like having 5 to 6 instances accounts to farm some mounts. The big reason that I don't know anything about why this guy's talking about it, but the big reason I've heard about WoW in the past is if you have enough accounts, you can actually make enough gold to pay for all 4 of them way easier than just 1 account. It's very easy to make a lot of gold when you have 4 accounts all doing the exact same activity, and you actually just like quadruple your gold. Well, it would have to be more than that, I guess, because you need 4 accounts worth of gold, but it must be like really high value, because it's like a commonly talked about practice. The more accounts you have, the easier it is to pay for all of them. The wildfires guy's been multi-box leveling for years. The 3 guys unfollow and level all at once, right? That's true too, yeah. A lot of Ogs in those keys, right? Yeah, unfortunately, as you see, it's pretty slow because of that. We're like behind pretty substantially on our first split. We only had 2 deaths, so it's definitely not related to that.
There's a lieutenant in my house. Kill it.
Beware, beware.
No shit, man. Troy, ready? Not going well. It's like lagging a little bit there too.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Died pretty quick though. That server doesn't even have one order per profession per hour. Oh, really?
Beware.
Died there.
Beware.
I can imagine it's pretty scary to proc Purgatory and always be on your guard.
Her children are safe.
It is, but I need it. Like, I need it for this next pack. It's a lot harder when I don't have it.
Thank you. They've taken the inn as a foothold, and a lieutenant leads them.
We had everything. Like, we're pretty much overstocked on CDs for this pull because I just refused to use them at the end of the last pack, so I think we'll probably be alright. Trying to sit on Lichborn as long as possible here to make sure we don't have any issues. Looks like we're going to be good in terms of survival, though. We do have an AUG, so it's a little bit easier for that, at least. Big Umbilicus taking into this pack, so it's just simple.
Beware.
That actually went really smooth. That's the smoothest these two pulls have gone. Kind of got good timing on some CDs there.
Beware.
I think people multi-box on EVE Online to pay the sub with game currency. All I know is it's like very easy to do it on WoW apparently. Like if you just have the time that you would need and the accounts, you make gold so fast with multiple accounts for some reason. I'm not sure how or why, but there's like whole discords and groups dedicated to it. Anything good from the vaults? I took a transmog. I mean, at this point, we're pretty much done with gear.
Beware. Beware.
That guy died of typing that out. Talking about something that's not coming up anytime soon. Don't you need 93? We'll have count. I can definitely notice the mastery a lot on Blood Death Knight. Big 6 million shields. Oh yeah. I know they nerfed it, but it's still pretty solid, yep. $93.5, yeah, that might be the right number. It's funny how every expansion Blizzard wants us to choose Mass Grip more often, and we just never keep taking it. Yeah, they really did give it, it's like in a much better spot nowadays, but there's just a lot of good talents that help you survive, so I would never take them. Mass Grip doesn't help me survive. Not really. Could, but not really. Rarely would it help. Grabby Hand is our best friend, oh yeah. Yeah, not for me. More like my estranged uncles. My estranged uncle.
Beware.
Oh, he's really gonna need a rebuff.
Beware.
Mass Grip is a cool ability though. The silence does make it more attractive, however the higher you go, the more alive you prefer being. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the silence of the mobs might actually be difficult, like it might make it harder to survive, honestly. Hello, how are you? I'm great. How about you? Sepro, is that how you? I doubt that's how you pronounce that, but welcome. Okay, as long as there's no deaths. Comfortable timer-wise.
I still have power enough to defeat you. Beware. Thank you. Beware.
Imagine if Mass Grip gave you a 5-second shield wall buff. Well, yeah, that would definitely change my opinion on the topic.
Beware.
I mean, it does, like, I guess it applies. What's the name of the spell that whenever I grip something? Subduing grip? It does apply that, right? So, I mean, that's something. Not quite a shield wall, but it's what, a 5% grip or something? 6%. Pretty good. Pretty smart route, not gonna lie, Metro. Pulling the Orb Mini Boss in the open. I like it. A lot of people don't, but I think this is, like, for me in the Pug world, I think this is the best route. Hey, Stromy, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Be an easy upgrade, as long as we don't wipe, yeah. Timer wise is not, we're not in question here. It's a lot easier to, yeah, I think this is the best Pug route for sure. Watching you from a roof, oh dude, the fuck. Stay safe, brother. Don't go falling off or something. Does Blood not take Gorfiends? I mean, you could, I just don't. It's like a pure utility pick. It does, like we said, it does a little bit for defense, but very little. So there's a lot better defensive talents right now. Yeah, you just saw that priest. That's wild. Never saw that before. That's something new. I still keep falling through the floor in Dawnbreaker. It's so annoying. Yeah, that's happened to me a lot. Hog damage looks below average. Oh, really? The bar is barely above mine, but I don't know how that works. Does feel like maybe damage is a little low, but I think it's just Og in general. Priest was sure something. Apparently, a viewer was with him afterwards. Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna get sent or what, but that's crazy. I hope that will. Og will be pointless after the nerfs, I think. I think people will still play it. Hopefully, it'll get better balancing. That's the big thing that we'd want to see from that change. Okay, a little sloppy ending. I was watching Augs and 13s on PTR last night. They're still going to be taken. Oh, really? Is this what? Like, what's changed? The spec is 6 feet under until they turn into an actual DPS spec. We'll see how it goes, I guess. New schedule? Yeah, I'm going to start at noon and end at 5 from now on. That's my goal. Just like most people probably don't even notice, but yeah. I was starting at like 11, 11:30 and ending at 4, 4:30. Now we're going to be starting at closer to noon and ending at 5. PTR Augs are doing actual DPS for some weird reason. Oh, really? Like they're actually good? Well, hopefully that's just a tuning thing, like I said. If they actually have to tune them and they can't just be like, look, they're all in the top keys because they bring good tank buffs, like, then that will be good for everybody, including Blizzard, I think. They're doing really good damage and buffing the other 2 DPS even more. Good. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Like, if they actually are good damage dealers, then I have no issues with Augs. The only issue I have with them is that they are just not good damage dealers right now. How are the keys going today? You missed some crazy shit. Stay tuned for a video recapping that this weekend. But we might have an upgrade here. I don't know, it's kind of getting really slow now, I feel like. But I think if we don't have any debts at all, we'll have an upgrade. It's really slow, though. Plus this guy needs mana, I think. But 6 minutes, maybe like 5.5 is probably plenty. As long as we have no deaths. Ever thought about doing a 24-hour stream? No, I can't. I'm not able to stay up like that. I get really nauseous and really dizzy when I don't sleep for a long time. I wouldn't be able to stay up. Unless I literally started the stream like the minute after I woke up of an incredibly restful sleep, then I don't think I'd be able to stay awake for 24 hours comfortably. It's definitely unhealthy, obviously, yeah. I think everybody assumes that regardless. Mythic Plus is always extra chill at the end of the season. Extra chill, that's not how I describe Mythic Plus, but yeah. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's crazy though, you can 100% feel the absence of the actual DPS spec. Yeah, that's what I was saying, like we're moving through these splits way slower than normal. And we only had a few deaths. It wasn't deaths related, I don't think. I've noticed as I've gotten older, 29, I can't stay up like I used to. Oh, really? Oh, Faxi says if you Vantis this guy in the raid, it does work in the 5-man as well? What the fuck? It's kind of overpowered. Can I use it in the 5-man or will it not work? You have to use it in the raid. Ah, damn. Oh, well. It's because the runes aren't clickable in the 5-man, that's why. Now that I'm understanding more about how items and flags and stuff are on WoW, then that's the actual thing that would be stopping you. But the boss has a certain ID, like his character, they call it a creature template. His ID on the creature template is the same, he just appears in both places. This is probably true for a lot of bosses if they existed in multiple places. If that's never happened before, I don't know why I wouldn't. Vantage runes for Mythic Plus specifically would be an interesting change. Yeah, like 1 dungeon a week maybe. But I don't think that would work because then people would be like, oh, no, I'm not taking you if you don't have a Vantage rune for this dungeon. Yeah, I need to upgrade the ring after this. You guys got to remember. You got to remind me, I mean, because I'm not going to remember. Looking pretty good. Yeah, I think it's going to be good as long as we don't wipe. Where did we lost? Oh, we lost in the first phase? Is that normal? I guess it might be. I just don't really pay attention probably. Maybe it's only my impression, but I feel like without AUG, 90% of healers can't keep people alive. Oh, really? Yeah, that's not my experience. AUG is not that good. Like, that's to say 90% of healers. Like, that's no, AUG's not that good. It's good. It helps theoretically, but I think in practice it doesn't help much at all. Like, all the problems and all the things I see that kill people are still almost always going to kill people no matter what. Like, even if they had 100% health absorbed, they'd probably still die of some of these things. People doing bombs during lust? Yeah, that doesn't seem right. But I guess it's fine one way or the other. You know, that guy has 3 deaths and maybe bad lusts, but we got everything we needed to succeed. AUG is like having an extra trinket proc on most of the time. You mean like not a lot or a lot? You think that's a lot? Honestly, I've started to prefer tanky DPS. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, just take 2 rats. Like, what are we doing with the AUG? You know what I mean? You lost when you landed. Wait, what? You mean like we didn't get any like that? I didn't think we had less when we actually started the phase, but maybe I was just crazy. Og does have, yeah, when he landed. All right, yeah, I guess I just missed it somehow. I thought we already had it, but I guess not. Og does have a lot of stops, which is probably why people feel safer with one. Yeah, and that's not true anymore either now. There's a lot of specs that have just as many, if not, I mean, I think Enhanced Shaman has more, right? Yeah, my bad. I don't know why I thought we didn't list there. It's my personal observation in Pugs. The only Deathless runs I've had were with an Og. Oh, yeah. I think it's probably just a coincidence. It's like very comfortable here. Og is good if you're using Zephyr on specific high damage events, like using it in rotation to do 4 pillars at a time in Stone Vault. Oh yeah, they have that too going for them, I guess. Is this a win or a loss? At this point, I don't think it's possible that it can be a loss. Even if 4 people die here, I think I still solo it in this time. All evokers have Zeph, just saying. Oh, even Devastation. Yeah, there you go. See, that's another thing. A lot of the stuff that's good about Evoker is good about Devastation too. Cool. 14 in time. 9 points. Now we knew we were gonna get this one because a couple weeks ago we had, I think it was like 18 deaths or some shit, and we had, it's still almost upgraded. We only missed it by a few seconds. So this one was in the bag. It just had to happen, and we got it. Wild Run. Sorry about the deaths. 2 were avoidable for me. 1 wasn't. Sad. Like low-key backseating, like very, very, very low-key backseating. Oh yeah, so definitely a viewer, right? Thanks a lot, Lights, for the invite. You almost doubled the Og's raw damage. Yeah, like that bar is low. What? That doesn't seem like the right shape of the bar. Rogue says Metro best tank Canada. Soon, it looks like Canada might be part of the United States, actually. That's kind of cool. That'd be cool for me and Cop. United Continent of America. Is that an Og I see in your group? Yes. What was their Ebon Might uptime? Let's see. 58. That's like insanely bad. Isn't that like insanely bad? I'm pretty sure it should be like 80, right? 70 plus for sure, right? That's super low. Yeah, that's really weird. You have great focus. I don't know how I could tank while talking to multiple people in chat. Oh, I have a lot of practice with that. I appreciate you saying that, but if you did that 25 hours a week for 8 years, you'd be good at it too. There's so much downtime in DB though, right? Is there? 75 is very good. 70 is passable. Gotcha. So this is 12% below what it should be, pretty much. What about prescience? It never really goes on me, I guess. Is that why I have 11 and the other people have 60? It can't go on the tank and healer very often, I think, right? I don't think details counts time not in combat. Oh no. And they're going to name the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Yeah, that's cool too. They should have been, that should have been the whole time. I don't know why it's called that. Like whoever named it, like why would they name it after that? I don't think details. I read that. So they set 2850 rating to not drop down with keys. What do you mean? Oh yeah, there's a log. Okay, yeah, let's take a look at the log. How do we find that? Just type my name in and then it'll be one. I heard America is going back to be named America Mexicana. Oh, really? I didn't see that one. Mexico was there first? Yeah, but the people who named it surely, like, you know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't be Gulf of Mexico. It would be like Gulf de Mexicana or something. Like, why would it be in English that? Like, that's, you know what I mean? Metro, how do you auto-log your Mythic Plus? I don't. Somebody else must have done it. So how do we see this? We go to Mythic Plus Season 1. And then Dawnbreaker. And then this is it here, yeah, okay. What do I do? Click on something? This? Okay. There's the run. Oh no. Surely that's like even way, that's like gotta be worse than normal, right? Like if you're 2850 and have a 7 in your bags, it will never go to a 6? No. It's only so keys can't go below 12. So a 13 can still go to a 12, but a 12 can't go to an 11. Unless you make it go to, unless you choose that. We bought the Gulf Coast from Mexico. Oh, is that right? Okay, I didn't know that. And that was part of the like you purchased that and the name has to stay or something, I guess. So that guy didn't even do 1,000,000 DPS overall as an AUG. That's pretty nuts, right? I do need to upgrade the ring, yeah. Still need to get that on the sheet though as well. Our 14s have been very good though. I feel like we must have a very high percentage of finishing keys at 14 for some reason. Could just be a coincidence, but I noticed the stats on what we see are pretty good. That is bad. It should be about 1.2, give or take, depending on the classes he's buffing. Okay. That's a good change. I think they make no key degrade, but it's a good starting point. Yeah, they're basically just making it so there's like 2 levels of keys now, effectively. There's like above 12 and below 12, pretty much. I don't like that at all, but that's how it's going to work, it seems. How is it calculating that? Does it actually count the damage the other DPS would have done without the AUG? I don't know anything about it. I just know that logs are looked at as a way to see real AUG DPS. It's still imperfect, but it's way better than details. Metro's the best tank. In that group, definitely. I would definitely agree with that. Overall, not as much, but yeah, definitely in that group, 100% best tank in that group. If you're 3K, if you're at 3K while you play a lot, imagine casual Andy never getting to that 2.8. They don't need, like, it's not, you only, like, it's not a thing for casual Andy. Like, it's a thing for people who are doing above 12s. Like, I don't know, there's not a reason to discuss it. Like, if you're not doing above 12s, then you don't need your key to never go below 12s. Above 12 dungeons should drop mythic gear. Yeah, I don't think that would ever happen. But I think what they need to do is they need to allow you a way to upgrade hero track to mythic. And I think that thing that would allow you to do that should come from 12s and higher. If you're a casual Andy, then you probably don't care about depleting. That could be true also, yeah. Casual Andys hit 2,800 at this point in the season. Ask me how I know. What'd you send out, like flyers or something? Okay, so where is this quest? Did I pick it up? Potential unveiled. Equipped Cypres circlet and fight creatures on the island to trigger its hidden abilities. Okay. And then you do toy turnip. Turnip punching bag, good. And then I just fight this until I get the quest done, basically. Add Dinar system for Mythic Plus, like they're doing for Mythic Plus Renown track, Raid Renown track. I guess they don't allow you to do this anymore. Why did it just go away? Now it's on cooldown, right? So that's alright. I guess we're gonna have to go fight stuff. Where to go? Yeah, I guess they just make it so you can't do that anymore. It despawns in town, you gotta go outside. Well, it's gone now, so. I just must have killed it, maybe? Yeah, I'm very powerful. Well, we'll sign up to some other stuff while we wait. And if we get in, then we'll come back. You have the Tuskar punching bag? I don't think I have anything like that. Let's see. No, I only have one. Wait, it's called Target Dummy? No old Target bell? I don't have it, I guess. He's not even in town, though. I was kind of in town. Oh, when we're filled anyway. Alright, we'll just come back. Further reminders are needed. What is this one? Mists. I think they should implement a renown track for this season, because they are literally doing it for the raid next season, and that renown track should contain the hero track to mythic track token. They could do a lot of stuff, yeah. Like, they're not gonna probably, but they could. Turn empty spawn yesterday for me too in that same spot. Oh, okay, so it's the town, yeah. Isn't town considered you being rested? I mean, if you're talking about it from the way the game normally talks about it, yes, but I think like in the case of that city, if they're going to put up like a protection against it, they just would make it so you can't be near all the NPCs in any way. It's just like a colloquialism at this point to use the word town. Guess you could say punching bags just won't turn up. I like that one. That was clever. That was actually very clever. Credit where credit's due. Timing 2 14s back to back. Is this also 14? Miss, I don't have a lot of confidence in. Really doubt time gating mythic gear so hard actually retains people. Time gating mythic. What do you mean time gating? It doesn't, it's not about retaining people, it's about encouraging people to raid or do other content besides just Mythic Plus. That's why it's that way, I can tell you that for sure. Dawnbreaker, Eric Kara, and Mist probably easiest 14s a time. Yeah, not for me. Mist is definitely going to be one of the harder ones. Dick, why the fuck? What the fuck, bro? Not time gated, it's called raiding, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Plus crafting exists too. If you can get the rep from LFR, that'll be my method. Oh, good. A guildie of mine said that all the tanks are able to pull through the mist wall now. Oh, really? With the gems? How? This guy's Frost, though, so... Oh, wait, no, I don't think Frost can do it, right? It has to be Unholy that can do it. Or is it Frost that does it? I don't remember. But yeah, we have a Warlock too, so I guess that's good. Every level of the raid gives rep, so if you do the raid every single week, every single person will be the same renown. Nice. You have to clear bosses to get rep, or how's it work? Because LFR won't be out. Like, all the bosses don't come out. Good luck, sir. Love the content. Unfortunate circumstances. Thank you. I love your comments. Weekly raid lockout and vault with no dungeon drop is time gating. No, it's not. It's just how the game works. Time gating is something where they're like inordinately extending something that should be normal. But obviously gearing is something that takes long no matter what. Like, this is very normal for the game, so. What's your gilded crest count at? Oh, I have no idea. I haven't used them in months. 434. Yeah, that's just gearing. That's just how gearing works. Like, time gating would be literally you can't get more than one mythic track piece a week no matter what. That would be time gating in this game.
And now you
Okay, I got my
know
mythic
the
track piece for the week. I'm good now. You know, that would be how it would work.
void.
Otherwise, this is just standard gearing. They know people quit when satisfied with their gear equipment. Yeah, definitely. And that's a, you know, a big problem with the game. I think a lot of people are experiencing that issue. AFK or something? Cool. How do you stick to one character? I just never log on to other ones. Damn. Purgatory. Definitely be helpful to have the full group. Enter at the logging screen. Yep. On this character and no others. I'm 640 now. It feels good. Nice. Off to a great start. Yeah, it's not. This timer needs to be pretty much perfect to upgrade this, I feel like, so. That's probably it already, unfortunately. 640 is crazy. Yeah, that's multiple raid pieces, I guess, right? What's the item level of, like, the highest item level piece from the raid or whatever? $640 unholy, probably still not invited to 10s. Full 639 and 2 crafted, and ring equals 640 this week. Oh yeah, plus the ring. Forgot about the ring. He's swimming in bleeds. Bless this lock. They're getting farmed. Yeah, 6 deaths on the first pack here. Why are you not crafting belt? 636. It is upgrade. If you're asking me why I'm not crafting any more gear, just because there's no point. Like, the season's almost over. Not gonna waste money on it. I'm pretty sure I already have a belt, don't I? Oh no, I still have, yeah, I still have the hero track belt, yeah. There's no reason to. Waste of money. Maybe 15 still avoid to learn to bleed. Really, yeah, this is also a bad idea. We don't want to do this. I think having better gear helps with the start of next season, though. Oh, yeah. I mean, if I have the belt given to me, I'm going to wear it, obviously, but I'm not going to spend money on it, is what I'm saying. It's not going to help me this season or next season. 2 more months of the season still, yep. And I'm good on gearing. No need for the one item to spend money on it. It won't make any impact on our success rate. Alright, if I get it from the vault, it'll be going on. Hey, Andrew, welcome. I saw a group time of 20 miss. I just wonder how and why they survive it. How? Probably because they wanted to, and why? They probably played well, I guess. I don't know. Hey, Simple Riot, long time no see. How you been? What's up? Not much, my friend. What about you?
Beware. Beware.
Most of the time 20s missed are most impressive. Oh yeah. Highest Mythic Plus chest drop will be 642 if my math is right next season. 642? No, it'll definitely be higher than that. Is that a typo? Just got the notification on my phone that being outside is unsafe due to smoke, and I'm all the way down in Long Beach. Uh-oh. But you're a guy who likes to live on the edge anyway, right? Miss are done with priest mind control on a mob that puts 20% damage debuff on the enemy mobs. Probably easier than a natural 18 with that technology. Oh yeah. Should be 658. Is that right? Is that the right number? It's just lung exercise. Yep. It's 619 plus 39. Gotcha. Why 619? Same item level as the ring. Oh, really? Mythic track will be 678. Okay. So it starts at 658 and goes all the way up to 678. Is that what we're saying? There goes the Death Knight. Yeah, I guess we're done. The hell are those things? Where did I get those? Anyway, we need to go back to the island. Cannoli, what's up? How's your day going? Oh, it's been an incredible day so far. We had one of the craziest disbands of the year. Maybe the whole time I've ever streamed. And we had upgraded for 14. So very good start to the day. Oh, that guy actually just really... Oh, wow, that sucks. Wow, he actually just DC'd. Damn. He says, I fucked my breath in the first pull, and I invited the worst DPS in the game. Highest item level in the world, according to WoW Progress, is 640.19. Damn. Can't wait to see the video from that. Yeah, that's going to be crazy. Stay tuned. We got some good videos for this weekend already. Okay, anyway, mists... Frost, Enhance, and Aflock. 652 from End of the Dungeon chest. Nice. What's nice try mean? I always thought it was nice try, but it could also be noob tank. I don't think so. I thought I was being toxic inviting, but I guess I gotta be more toxic. What the fuck? People really misuse that word like crazy. Alright, anyway. Get it on there. That sucks. That's a tough one. It's another good one maybe to have in the video. DPS are allowed unlimited mistakes, flame free. Yep. Good luck. Some of the quests are so rare, I could probably count my experiences on one hand. Oh, really? This channel we see people nitpick everything, but no one in that group brought up that guy full AFK first pull. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, it's crazy, right? If a player doesn't make a sound in the woods, is it even there? Recently took inspiration from your streams and removed my chat block. And boy, does the content flow. Oh, you mean like so you're recording it or streaming it or something? And boy, does the content flow with the content of the in-game chat. Yeah, I don't know how anybody... Ring, thank you. I don't know how anybody streams and doesn't have their chat open. Like, you're wasting so much content, you have no idea. It's 100% like... That's what I told Harry, and I was like, bro, it doesn't matter. Like, you have to read the chat. You can't block people. You have to, like, if you're gonna stream this game in Mythic Plus Pugging, you need to have it. The chat is so important for it, yeah. Now, what you could do is you can block it. Like, if you, like, I don't know why people block in the first place. I guess they're worried about something, like a friend saying to them might be, like, I don't know why people block in the first place. But anyway, you could block it and then just make, like, a thing, like, have a keybind that like functions on OBS, and you just press that keybind to remove the block, and then that's easy enough. Like whenever something's crazy, you know. But oh wait, I don't even. It's not been an hour. It's not up. Oh, it is up. What? It says 1 hour cooldown. It's not been an hour. Not even close. Chat is the seasoning to an otherwise dry chicken. Not always. Like, but like that one from this morning, right? Like you would not, like if you didn't know what the guy said, you would have no idea. Like you'd still be confused. You'd be like, why the fuck did he leave? You know, but it wouldn't be like, oh my God, what the hell, you know? It's just bugged, I guess. It's not actually up. It resets on a Mythic Plus start? Oh, what's going on now then? Chat is full of yappers? Was that? If this doesn't work, I don't know what's going on. That one from this morning was amazing, yeah. Well, I guess we'll just try to do content here and get it to proc naturally. Yapping away. They went full yap, and you should never go full yap. Gen Z slang. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Most streamers are afraid of profanities from other players, which would result in a ban. Oh yeah, I guess if you're on Twitch, it's a problem. Because for some reason on Twitch, you're not allowed to have other people say things that aren't related to you, and you get banned for it. Like, that's actually crazy that that's a thing. Have you ever been tempted to play meta picks? No. Wouldn't have seen that message if chat was hidden. Yep, exactly. We'll go try to kill that rare real quick. I don't know. We're going to actually have to do content on here, I guess. That's just dead before I can even get there. Wow. Google is true freedom. Good. Getting the other quest done at least. Should I reload? Like, it's just not letting me use it. Honestly, not seeing that message is probably for the better. I never wanted to be the boomer who's not in touch, but I feel it happening with this new generation. Yeah, but you shouldn't feel like they're just wrong. Like, the way they communicate is not, like, it's inadequate. Like, it's because of their inadequacies that they communicate that way. This is not a good thing, I guess. Like, if you look at, like, people, like, you know, my parents were unable to use a computer or a cell phone for a long time. Well, you know what I mean? Like, it took my mom years to figure out. Like, we got new phones, and she was going to take hers back. That's, like, you know what I mean? She was legitimately going to take hers back because she, like, after an hour of not being able to figure it out. I was like, what the fuck I'll show you whatever you don't know how to do, tell me, and I'll show you how to do it. That's bad. Like, if you're in that position, then you should be worried about that. But these people are worse at communicating. Like, generations are getting worse at communicating. So it's like, you shouldn't feel like I'm the odd man out here. It's like, this is bad for everybody. Anyway, guess we're not going to be completing this easily, so let's try to get the dungeon started. Chat is entertaining. I was doing Air Carrier 13 and this Arcane Mage was doing less than me, Prot Warrior, and going into the first boss. They died first and flamed the healer. Yeah, see, that's... You gotta have that on the screen if you're streaming. The ring quest, you kill mobs. It's not an item you use. No, what we're trying to do is we're trying to get the turnip punching bag down, but it doesn't seem to work for some reason. I feel like young people are pretty good at communicating, honestly. They just have a really hard time opening up. I would say by default, the way they're like... This is a good one that I got exposed to the other day. I think it even happened in the chat yesterday or the other day, but it didn't get brought up when it happened. But anyway, this phrase, something X something got me feeling some type of way, okay? So somebody said this the other day, and I was like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, I had to look it up. And I looked it up, and there was like a discussion about the phrase, and the phrase was like explained by somebody saying it's basically people who are unable to describe their situation still wanting to describe their situation. And it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense if you think of it that way. But then if you also think of it in the way that instead of just trying to become more articulate or perhaps more well-versed in describing their emotions, they say that is making them stupider. You know what I mean? It's like, that's less intelligence there. So like, this is bad. We don't want to do this. Like, as a species, we do not want to become lackadaisical in our abilities to communicate, because it's going to make us all less intelligent. Is there one of these opening up? 2 minutes. There was also a song that came out by Young Thug. Oh, okay. Is that where the slang started? That makes sense. What would you rate the difficulty to tank in this expansion compared to the last one? About the same. I don't know. I don't really think of it that way, so I'm not sure. I work with kids and they communicate, that's for sure. They're just not friendly to strangers. You're talking about like the psychology of communication. I'm talking about the like physics of communication, effectively. Like the words and the like clarity of those words is important. Not whether or not they're willing to communicate or they're emotionally capable of communicating. It's about how effectively they communicate. And that is getting way, way, way worse. Like it seems like almost day after day, really. Listening to rap growing up, I've got most of my slang. It seems weird that rap still dictates slang so heavily. Language has been evolving since the beginning of its invention, and old people have probably been saying the same shit about new slang since then. Yeah, but this is not that. That's what I was trying to say. This is not new slang. This is worse. This is more general slang than specific slang. In the past, slang was specific. Like, it was more specific and actually helped evolve communication because you might not have had an actual word or phrase for this very specific thing, you know? But now it's the complete opposite. Now people are using slang to be lazy instead of be more specific. Talking to strangers is an important part of communicating, though. Like, you meet strangers at a store, at your school, potential employers. You can't be shelled up. Yeah, one way or the other. That's just not what I was speaking of, but definitely, you know, there's different reasons for both of these things. Alright, we'll kill this then. I still don't know what finna means. That's just like urban slang. That's like rap slang again. Means fixing two for some reason. I don't know why it's abbreviated or spelled the way it is, but I've never really heard anybody say it in person, but I've seen people use it a lot in the internet. Yeah, finna is like I'm about to do this, or I'm thinking about doing this, or I'm agitated to a point where I'm going to react this way. Like, again, more general slang to, instead of just articulate your thoughts, to kind of all encompass a reaction, basically. As someone who lives in Georgia, I hear it a lot. Yeah, I know it's a southern thing. You'll hear finna in conversations in the South. Is that, am I pronouncing it right? Because it doesn't, I've never heard anybody say anything that sounded like that. Yeah, we're done with the quest, but I'll finish this. On God, that's like that's just a phrase. I don't, that one's fine. I don't, that's not even, that's just like, instead of something on something, I swear to God, it's now I swear on God. Like, that's the phrase. It's not confusing or surprising. It's finna snow here in Georgia. Oh, really? Do I sound like I'm from the South now? Finna tame some wild strange. There you go. Confusing, right? You're pronouncing it correctly. It just sounds funny when you say it. It doesn't roll off the tongue, right? Because I don't have a southern accent, probably. I use gonna. I like tryna. People up here say, I'm trying to get whatever. I'm trying to get some tacos. Anybody trying to get some Taco Bell today after stream? Instead of, it's kind of the opposite though, because it's like a question. Would you say it? Is anybody finna? I guess you might still say it that way, right? Is anybody finna get Taco Bell after the stream? Would you still say it that way? Boomers throwing a fit, shaking their fists at the cloud. Alright, well, it's not really getting any funnier, so. You could either move on, or we could just act like adults. I thought that Athene video was particularly funny, that he like 50% of the content of the comedy was about slang, though. I didn't think as many people cared about it as I do. A true Southerner would say fixin' to. Finna is more urban. Yeah, that's what I said. It's like rap slang, right? I had the same perception. Play prot as well, but the guys with good radar IO are 3.4 in general. Nice. The problem are those who want to prove themselves. Wait, what did I miss a comment? Also, is it slang to be stupid and type out would have, would of, because when people speak the word would have, it sounds like would of. No, I don't know what that's called, but that's definitely not slang. Unliteracy is a serious problem. It's a good way to put it. Acting like an adult is realizing life is too short to take it too serious. I mean, communicate like an adult is what I'm trying to say. Alright, we got our thing. $650 something now? $653, I guess? $652, okay. Cool, a little bit more stamina. Pretty sure it's just a meme to say unliteracy. Oh, yeah. Who knows? I guess 14s are not happening, so we'll go for 13s too. This is a good place to be, though, honestly. That one's... Let's go do that too. I like this island. It's got some really good collectibles. The content's just horrible. I'm finna get my ring upgrade. Bet. Yeah, bet's another one. But this is all rap slang, right? Like cap and bet. These are rap things. I don't know what bet even means. Like that one's just confusing to me. I don't get that one. How many 14s have you upgraded now? I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's on the spreadsheet. It's like you saying quacking and busting back when we had those affixes. Oh, I get it. So it's like a joke. Oh wait, what happened? Because we changed realms, it's different, I guess. I always thought bet was short. You bet on it, which I say sometimes. Oh, is it that? Was that what? All right, want to make a bet kind of thing? Is that how you would say it? People are not taught the trivium anymore. Grammar, logic, and rhetoric. And that's the issue. I agree in general, and I think the internet is making it worse. The internet's like enabling it. How have you been dealing with the fallout of not saying quacking during quacking weeks? It's tough, to be honest, because I really enjoyed that. That was a big part of the channel's like humor, I think, so. I can solve them all on my lock. What, these guys? I mean, I can too, but it takes forever. Bet being as in dared to do something and you being up to the task mostly to prove something wrong or prove yourself right. Right, so want to bet? You know, I think that's what they're saying. Like, want to make a bet on it? I bet I can. I bet I can, you know? Stuff like that. You got a lot of engagement with chat on just that one word, right? Busting and quacking. I swear there was another one, but I can't remember. I bite my thumb at all these swaggerless heathens who use slang. Oh, really? I see. I used to say church instead of bet. Why? Church, that's weird. That one I don't understand that. Swag, gross. Haven't thought about that word in a long time. Swag. I remember that was super popular in like 2010, right? Everybody would say swag. And they would spell it with the E instead for some reason.
Get your feet moving. We got a tunnel to blast open.
Unusual opinion, but SV is becoming my favorite key. At least if you're gonna, oh god.
Say, what do you think
At least if you're gonna
was
deplete it, it's gonna happen at the first pull.
Or maybe it's money.
Yeah, that does not make me like a dungeon, but I can see what you mean.
Monsters have treasure.
Okay, well, we got a group forming, albeit slowly. I still miss seeing Skater Boy and Girl and Great Bait Mate. I rate 8 of 8. Oh, like the phrases like that, right? You remember Elite Speak in like the early 2000s? And you know how people do that thing where they like, if somebody says something that they think is like, I don't know, like, I don't know how to even describe this, but they're making fun of the way somebody is giving an opinion, and so they'll type it like this, like, see what I'm doing? Like some caps and some lower cases in the letters. My friend actually used to type like that all the time whenever he would type online. Back in like 2003 or 4 or something like that. In AOL chat rooms, he would enter the chat, and the way he would do it is he would just kept pressing the caps lock button. So he would type with one hand and then the caps lock button on his other hand over and over again. Whenever I see people do that now, I always think it's funny. Swagger was first coined by Shakespeare. Oh, really? Swag equals stuff we all get. Oh, cool. I went back and looked at the affixes back to BFA, and I can't see any other words you used. Yeah, I could have swore there was another one, but I don't remember what it was. He would not be my friend anymore. Oh, really? That's sad. I type like that sometimes. Oh, yeah. I swear I had 3, yeah. Because I thought one got removed early. But I don't remember what it was. There hasn't been a lot of fixes removed, so... I know there was teaming. But I don't remember... Like, I can't remember a phrase that would make sense with the word teaming. And then what was the other one that was removed? Well, inspiring was removed, but that was not... That was way later. And then... What was the other one that was removed? No, those weren't removed until recently. Sanguine. I always said Sanguino, but that was just like a joke. Grievous was the other one that was removed, yeah. Wait, no, that was removed in Dragonflight. What was the other one that was removed in like BFA or Legion or whatever? It was teaming and one other. Oh, skittish. Skittish. But that also doesn't really have one, I don't think. No, not necrotic. Yeah, skittish. Yeah, I don't think there was. Maybe I just don't remember the past very well. We should bring back all this 2010 era slang. Oh, yeah. It won't happen unless it happens to, like, whatever popular media is, though, it seems. Which is why I'm shocked that rap is still the main way. I feel like rap has to be going backwards in popularity. But I guess not.
This draconic horror within its lair. A barrage of cannon fire.
What's this guy saying? Been wanting to try Windwalker. He goes, better warrior in response to that. Has there ever been a squirting affix? No. That would get talked about a lot if there was. I feel like it, but I don't listen to mainstream rap anymore. Yeah, I don't know any mainstream rap, period. Like, I've not heard, like, what, Post Malone, I guess, but he's like a country artist now. Like, I don't know. He's not even a rapper. Well, he was at one point, but yeah. He's a pop star? Oh, really? I guess I don't even understand what rap is nowadays. It seems like rap is just like drug. Like, I talk about me doing drugs and mumble a bunch anymore from last time I remember looking into it. Speaking of rap going backwards, did you hear Leangelo Ball came out with a song recently? And it sounds like it's from the early to mid 2000s of rap. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, do you remember the early 2000s of the NBA? They had like gigantic shorts. We were talking about this the other day because there was this really small kid on one of the basketball teams I went to watch, and he had like extra large shorts on, I guess, because the shorts were like down to his ankles. And the people I were with were like, "Oh my God, I feel bad for that kid. Like, he's gonna get made fun of a lot." I was like, "That if you wore that in 1999, you were like the coolest fucking kid on the planet." Like, that shit was super popular back in the day, and now it's looked at as like weird looking. Listen to Suppa Hot Fire. Yeah, that was the cool shit back then, right? It's crazy. Hell no, the oversized clothes had to go. I liked it. I always thought it was cool. What are we supposed to do? Speak to Susie to await the storm? I just wanted to finish the quest, but I guess you have to do something else now.
Hey, what's the news?
I've always been partial to Resto Shaman. Good utility and good active healing. Was there a question I missed? No, Mick. Oh, hey guys, been away from the game for a bit. What is the most pug-friendly healer? Definitely Resto Shaman, yeah. Yeah, in order to finish this, you actually have to do this storm shit, I guess. I'm not a fan of this. Guess we just won't finish it. Here we got another transmog. There's so many good transmog pieces out here. Oh, that's a two-handed. That's cool. That's quite nice. Quite nice. Quite nice. Two-handed axe. Pretty good. I still see some tomboys rocking that oversized clothes. To be fair, you mean women? Been trying to upgrade the ring for 30 minutes. Why? Didn't take us very long. We just had to actually go fight stuff. Oh, we need more Dix fragments. Let's see, maybe there's some rares up or something somewhere. These guys are having a pretty involved conversation about tier sets. Janko jeans, that's like the really long ones, right? Yeah. You need a long chain wallet. Oh yeah, I remember that too. Good old days. I just killed them by accident instead of squishing them. What happens? They don't get anything? Wait, I think the third thing you used to say differently around quaking and busting were some specs. Oh yeah, like what? Like bombkin? Well, that's not related. Yeah, that's like bombkin is it's a funny thing. Like one of the guildies, like a long time guildie, an officer of the guild, Genoa, he for some reason always called it bombkin. So that was like in Dragon Soul. I was saying that was in Cataclysm, and then the dicks instead of disc thing is a funny. That's actually relevant to this channel. So I'll tell you that story. There was this guy on the channel who, like, we at one point we tried to do like a multi-personality channel again here, and we had this guy who would constantly misspell like every word in his title and description, and you know, we were just hoping that everybody was just going to submit the video as is, so we didn't have to do a bunch of proofreading. And so he would like publish these videos with spelled that way, D-I-C-S instead of D-I-S-C, and all these videos would say Dick's Priest. And then like it took us like a while to realize it, so we had to like go back and change like all these videos. And he got like mad at us. I don't remember exactly what happened, but he was like mad at us for like changing what he was typing in the descriptions and shit. And I said to him, I was like, brother, you spelled the spec wrong. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, you don't get to make that mistake six videos in a row and then be mad at us. Like, and then he stopped making videos. But it was like, you spelled the name of the spec wrong over and over again, like 4 or 5 times in a row. It's like, and not only spelled it wrong, like to spell it like B-L-O-D instead of B-L-O-O-D would be funny and weird, but to spell it Dick's Priest, like just read the word. Like it's like you can't use that spelling of it. Like that's not, that cannot be in the title of a video. That's a big error you're making. But that's why I call it Dick's Priest to this day. I mean, I think the videos are still on the channel, to be honest. Let's see. I think Sai probably changed them. They're like PvP videos. I may typed in like PvP. I don't even remember the dude's name. Oh, that was way before. It was before everybody's time. This was when I didn't stream at all on this channel. This was in Legion. Early Legion. I think this is the guy, though, at least. Just have to find the videos.
Here, and today, welcome to a brand new video.
This is the guy, Shadow Lord.
Shadowlord here, and today, welcome to a brand new video on the One Legion channel. Now, today's video, I'm going to be trying...
Shadow Lord. Oh, man. Forgot about this dude's name, even. That's funny. I don't know how to find it, though. Let's just type in discipline. No. I didn't like how he talked. Yeah, I don't know if he had like a speech impediment or what, but he had some trouble speaking as well as typing, I think. I don't know if the videos are just gone or what. Like, I can't find any videos by the guy other than those Demon Hunter ones. Was he Irish? I don't know what he was, to be honest. I have videos of me making. Is this really? This can't be my video, is it? Did I just make a thumbnail for him? Hey there guys, it's Metro, and today we're going to be taking a look at the Disciplined Priest in the Battle for Azeroth Alpha. And in this... Why? Okay. Guess at one point I did that. That's weird, I don't remember ever doing that. Spinbot, what's up man? Long time no see. Okay, we're ready to go. I guess I was thinking about Disc at one point, but that was after I switched to Blood, so I'm really shocked. I always like the idea of Disc Priest.
3, 2, 1. With its complement of cannons, it can... Wait. Who are those intruders?
How's WoW been? I've been absorbing PoE too. Yeah, great as always. WoW's always there, you know, that's a good thing about it. We're on the PTR a bunch too yesterday and the day before. Disc is pretty fun though. I had a good time with it in BFA. Yeah, it's like Blood. It's like, that's probably why I was checking it out. Because it's like Blood basically. It's the healer Blood, you know. I remember people in this chat referred to me as Jambo the Disc Priest from BFA. Oh, did they? That's funny. Is that one submitted key, I guess? Those people are probably long gone now. Yeah, some of them might not even be alive anymore. That's the sad thing. See that? Who was that basketball player that died? That guy was only 40 or something. Or no, it was a baseball player. You never know. No, not Jimmy Carter. That's the president. Nah, not Kobe either, no. Anyway, it was just the other day. It was like yesterday or today. A guy for the Orioles. I assume it was either suicide or overdose or something because he was only like 40. 39 maybe. I got off today because I'm dying. Are you actually sick as well as the air problems? Jimmy Carter was a baseball player. Oh, okay. Glad you were hooked on PoE 2. I have 4K hours on PoE 1 and it's my favorite game of all time. I just can't get into PoE 2. Too much RNG. Too much tedium with long zones and backtracking. Oh, interesting. So you think PoE 1 is just better than PoE 2, huh? I don't know anything about either. I don't know if you thought it was me saying that. That's Spinbot who said that, but... Yeah, I can't imagine I would ever play a game like that unless it was moddable one way or the other. No, because of him dying. Oh. I assume that was a typo when you said HIM. What, like everybody has a day off today or something? I'm confused. I have 600 hours on PoE 1. Oh, yeah. Is that a lot? 600? It doesn't sound like that many. How many hours are in a year? Because we always measure by years played. If you have like years played in WoW, you played it a ton. Government employees, at least Coast Guard has a day off for a day of mourning. Oh, okay. Different games for different people. Yeah, it's been by, yeah. They're actually like that different. I never played PoE 1 besides a couple hours of dabbling. 2 is really fun, but I can see the end game getting really frustrating. Oh, okay, that's interesting. What's your slash played? I don't know, because I've switched characters so many times. This character only has 125 days played. But my original Paladin, I think, has over a year played. Didn't we just look at this on stream a couple weeks ago? And that would have been... I stopped playing that character back in Legion, so... I'd imagine we're definitely into the 2 years... 2 years played. But I didn't even, like... I went from a warrior for the first, like, 2 years of me playing WoW to a Paladin on a different person's account for the next year. Then I switched to that Paladin for the rest of that time. And then from that Paladin, I eventually switched to my Orc Death Knight in Legion. And then from that Death Knight, I eventually switched to my Night Elf Death Knight. The one that I'm playing right now. So there's actually like 5 different characters that we'd have to combine to see the true bulk of my mains, and that's just my main. And then there's always all the alts. Like, I mean, if you just take the amount of hours I put into like leveling challenges and shit, like just go and add up all the time. Like those leveling challenge videos, add every hour of content up. I don't know if there's an easy way to do that on a YouTube channel, but if you go add up every hour of content on that channel, it's probably going to be like an insane amount as well. And those are characters that either don't even exist in the real version of the game, or characters that like you never see ever again. So I've spent like many days played doing leveling challenges on characters that just end up not existing after they're over as well. I just like everything about how PoE plays and all the random quality of life stuff, like control clicking the NPCs to automatically do stuff. And so I'm glad you're enjoying it. I think you could have gotten banned for account sharing, no? Yeah, it was definitely against the rules at one point. I mean, it still is, but it wasn't actually account sharing though. No, we didn't share it. It just gave it to me, and then he took it back randomly. So that's why I went back and forth. The story, I told the story in my why my name is Metro video. But yeah, TLDR, I wanted to play with my friends that I met in college, but they were Horde on a different realm. And this was in TBC, so it was still hard to level characters. So they said I should just play one of their friends' accounts who had quit. And then he ended up coming back to the game like about 8 months into me doing that, so I ended up getting kicked off his account. There's an add-on you can track played across your account, only on retail. It's called Altaholic. Oh, cool. Hi, Metro. I noticed you do a ton of 13s. Are you planning on doing anything higher? Yes. We just did 14 and upgraded it today in the stream, so welcome. But yeah, unfortunately you can't get invited to any key you want, so sometimes just to keep content moving we gotta do a smaller key. Never played an ARPG because I hate click movement, so WASD config sold me. Oh, is that true in PoE 1 too, or is that only in 2 that you can do WASD? I definitely, that's one of my least favorite things about Diablo and stuff. Like, I have to use a controller. I cannot use my mouse for those games. Diablo with the controller is nice. Does D4 have native support for controller now? Because I know D3 didn't, but D2R or whatever it does. That was the reason I bought it. Everybody said that I would like the Necromancer in that game, which I ended up not liking it really at all. But everybody said I would like the Necromancer in that game, and the only reason I ended up buying it was because I saw that it had native controller support. And I'm glad that I did, because then I started modding it, and it's been one of the most fun modding things I've ever done. It's actually one of the best modding games ever, I think, because it's like literally from the ground up, fully moddable. Yeah, but D2 has it, that's what I was asking. D4 does. Cool. Yeah, I figured it would. Diablo 2 Resurrected is very, very, very good game. One of the best, like, probably the best, like, remasters ever done. It's actually crazy how they like kept all the things about it intact. D4 was fun for a month though, yeah. Yeah, it's just like Diablo 2 is just the perfect formula, and it's fully moddable. So the only thing that I would say, like, I really wish, I guess maybe it is doable now. I've seen some people talking about doing it, but if it was easier to make custom maps for Diablo 2, I would be, oh man, I'd be doing some crazy stuff. Which in PoE is a ton of fun. I have a minion build and a pure chaos build with no minions or shield, which is super challenging. Yeah, all the different builds are what attracted me to PoE, but I tried it and I just didn't enjoy it. It seemed too overwhelming, honestly. Too many different things going on in it. But that's partially why I've grown to like Diablo 2 and modding Diablo 2, because the complexity is way, 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 way lower on the class end. Now, this has also been a double-edged sword, and we talked about this last week, but the bad class, like, it's just very, very boring class design. in Diablo 2 makes it a little bit less fun. But also, it makes it a little bit easier to focus on everything else. Like when you're just straight up holding one button down for 100% of your combat, it allows it to just become, like they call it, like a spreadsheet game, where the character kind of plays itself once you have all the math done. It's very overwhelming. It takes a long time to learn all the systems, yeah. And is like dealing damage in combat complicated, like in WoW, or is it more like Diablo 2, where you just hold one button? Because imagine if it was like WoW plus those systems, like holy shit, dude. Like you can do your rotation wrong and substantially improve your theoretical DPS, or like unimprove or whatever. It would be crazy if that was also that way. It's just one button. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's an ARPG thing then. I don't like that at all. I hate that, but... That's why I've been trying to make like the ultimate version of WoW on that TBC private server we've been talking about. Trying to take like ARPG concepts, but with WoW MMO combat and classes. I heard 2 is way less complicated. There's still one button builds, but I tend to play with more button bloat and synergy because it's a lot more fun. Yeah, no doubt. I can imagine it's a lot more fun. But yeah, like, I think there's a lot of really fun gearing systems in those games. One of the things that I really like is the gambling system in D2. I don't know if Path of Exile has stuff like that too, but you just turn gold into potential gear. It's quite cool. ARPGs are definitely build your own flavor. You can build one button builds or builds that need a setup to work well. That's cool. Depends on how you do the build though. You can have a piano build if you want in Path of Exile. It's cool. Yeah, I don't really... I guess you could technically do that in... Yeah, I guess you can do that in Diablo 2 as well, right? But the spells don't really work that way. Like, you can only effectively deal damage with one spell, and there's not really utility spells. There's a few, but they're mostly very basic utility spells. Like, I guess the thing about those games is that cooldown doesn't exist, right? Like, there's no cooldowns. So, that's the reason that rotations exist, because if I could death strike every global, then I wouldn't press anything else anyway, you know? Like me, I like M in maxing uptime of your debuffs and buffs is cool. PoE has gambling vendors also, wasted a ton of gold on them. That's a good feature. I think that's really good for an MMO or for an ARPG. I really like a lot of Diablo 2. I just wish the content and the classes were more fun.
Beware.
Frame drops? Yeah, maybe a little bit, yeah.
Luckily, my daughter and her children are safe. You've weakened the commander and cleansed my home.
Okay, we'll just wait. I don't know what to do. How to wait here? Just sit here on this. Yeah, there's nowhere to wait. Like, we have to go, other than go back to that spot.
They've taken the inn as a foothold, and a lieutenant leads them.
In PoE, on my witch, I have an ability that I spam to summon these raging spirits, but I also have to spread my dots, curse the big boys, and other stuff, so it's not one button. Sweet. But if you put like all of your points into the one button, it would still be like that, right? It's not like a mandatory thing to do those things. You're just spreading out your talents or whatever, I guess, in that game. That's kind of what I wanted to do with the WoW talents, but I just didn't do it. Honestly, kind of regret it. Maybe for the new class, like if I change classes, I might go back. Just make like every talent basically just like an infinite spell progression of one spell and see how it plays.
Beware.
I could technically use the one ability, but it's way less efficient. It'd be like spamming Sinister Strike. Oh, okay, so there is a rotation directly in that game. Because like in Diablo 2, you actually don't even have spells when you start the game. I don't know if you've ever played it, but like you actually, every spell you get through the talent system. And you can put like 100% of your talent points into one spell and it just gets stronger and stronger and stronger. But there is like diminishing returns and encouragement to put into other things. And they often just buff the one, like, there's like synergies, I think they call it, where like if I, like for example, if I put all my talent points into Heartstrike, there might be synergies with Blood Boil. Like it might also encourage me to take the Blood Boil talent. It will make my Heartstrike stronger, but it won't actually encourage me to use Blood Boil. It'll just encourage me to put the talent point into the Blood Boil one. I like that concept as well in Diablo. Yeah, maybe like in a WoW version, like make it so all spell ranks, like in Classic and shit, are like you don't train them per level anymore. You train them per some kind of like currency, basically. That's a very interesting idea. Wow. So like you start with no spells, and you can buy like every spell in the game at level 1. That's very interesting. That's actually a very interesting idea. And so like you'd have like, instead of like a shaman might get Earth Shock at like level 4, and instead you can get Frost Shock, and then you'll never get Earth Shock or something. Like you'd have to buy it later instead or something. That's an interesting idea. The problem is then it requires ranks that don't, you have to balance ranks that don't already exist for the lower level spells that don't only come higher. Taking off global CD of WoW would feel good. Oh, you think? Global CD? I don't think that one can work without like dynamic changes to the content. In PoE 2, you get gems that drop from quests or out in the world. You use them to unlock skills, and there are no restrictions whatsoever. Yeah. That's the best part of that game for sure. That's the thing that's really cool. So it's like a talent point that basically just drops in the world, right? I'm actually seriously thinking about maybe trying to make that into my... Because all I could do is make Valor badges. And make Valor badges come from content. And then you buy spells with Valor badges. It wouldn't even really be that hard. The hard part would be making a book for every spell. Or it would just be time consuming, really. I like that idea a lot. It's more like a currency since there are different ranks of them. Oh, really? No, either way. Sounds like very similar. Okay. How'd your PTR stream go? How's Blood looking next season? No changes at all for Blood, so... PTR was good, though. We'll have a video on that this weekend for sure. Essentially, yeah, you get your spells from the gems. As someone who didn't like PoE 1 because it was complicated, I found PoE 2 to be more intuitive. Sweet. Good to hear that. Heard the tier set has some crazy target cap for Death Strike. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know. It didn't really seem like it. Like my Death Strike barely gained any damage compared to what I expected it to be. Seems like a very, very bad set bonus. Guild Wars 1 had an interesting system where to obtain elite skills you had to hunt down enemies. Right, yeah, that's another interesting concept. I played Guild Wars 1 instead of WoW back when they were both current. Oh, really? Guild Wars 1? How was that game? Did I hear something about an upgraded 14? Yep. We got Dawnbreaker today. I just didn't like the idea of playing the same game as my brother. I wanted to play something different. Oh, really? That's funny. That's the only reason you played it? That's funny. So you could just choose the best game and you're going to be like, fuck, I guess I'm playing the second best. Oh, Guild Wars 1 was tremendously fucking good. What, like better than Guild Wars 2, you mean? Guild Wars 1 was very fun. Putting forward the WoW sub when I was a teenager. Oh, okay. It was hands down better. Well, really? Why? What did they do wrong then in 2? You would think if they were going to make a WoW 2, it would be almost identical, just with a better engine. Guild Wars 1 was very fun when it was super active. Cool. Guild Wars 1 and 2 aren't even the same game. They just share some of the same story stuff. Oh, really? What the hell? That's the first time I heard of that. I remember when Guild Wars 2 came out, it was very popular, so I'm surprised to hear this. Because that, to me, would indicate that Guild Wars 1 was not very popular. But I guess not.
You must pursue and drive them from Hallowfall. This darkness is deadly. The Lamplighter's blessing will keep you safe.
Oh, we're having this happen again. Just gotta stay a little bit closer to the ship and you get it back. Guild Wars 2 is set like 100 to 1,000 years after Guild Wars 1. Oh yeah, that's a big range. They're too different in terms of systems to even be compared. Whoa. It's crazy. That's surprising to me. I really hope that if WoW ever does a WoW 2, then it won't do that. Guild Wars 1 has thousands of skills, but you had to pick 8 to use. You can change any time in a town, but it meant there were numerous builds. Just because you saw a monk, you had no idea what that... You wouldn't know how he would play. Got it. That's interesting. Everyone else quit Classic. Anyone else quit Classic when they learned vanilla raids were 40 man? Oh no. That's my favorite part of vanilla raiding, to be honest. Guild Wars 1 is a Baldur's game. If Guild Wars 1 is Baldur's Gate 3, I guess. Guild Wars 2 is Dragon Age Inquisition. I don't know what any of that means, but... I'm one of those weirdos who didn't play old school RuneScape growing up, but loved playing it in 2019. Oh, cool. Yeah, I never played it either, but... Just super dumbed down, huh? That's strange. Wonder why they did that then. Is there a reason that you think they did that? Like, what would the actual decision be there? The game wasn't as popular as they hoped it would be, so they try to like appeal to like the dumb idiots out there or something? I don't really get it. It sounds like the first game would have been a much better game to keep going and just improve on it. Make something new maybe? I guess. Maybe that was never meant to be a sequel, they just for some reason called it 2. Same reason why Battlefield tried to copy COD. Money. But you don't think like what? So Guild Wars 1 was deeply unpopular or something? Like I don't know. Guild Wars 2 tried to follow WoW and Final Fantasy. Combat is way more action based though in Guild Wars 2. I like the combat a lot. Oh yeah. Whoa. Don't go down there. What the hell? You do that on purpose? I played Guild Wars 2 PvE and PvP, very hardcore for a decade. I disagree that it's dumbed down. Streamlined, yes. Dumbed down, no. Gotcha. I played RuneScape back in the early 2000s because there was zero chance my non-gaming parents would have paid for a WoW subscription. That's how it was for me too. It was good, and they honestly tried to make a non-Trinity based MMO. It just fell off hard after they gutted support for 2 of the 3 core game pillars. Gotcha. A huge difference in Guild Wars 2 and WoW is the time that you have to react to mechanics. Guild Wars 2 is a lot more unforgiving. Oh, interesting. That's why you say it's action-oriented. That makes sense.
I'm sure your paths will cross again. But for now, enjoy your
Iframe dodges? Oh, I like that in games. I wish that was like that in WoW. Dodge rolling to immune mechanics and a lot more AoE based spells that can interact with other people. Like if I put down a fire AoE and you shot an arrow through it, your arrow turned into fire. Oh, damn, that sounds like a good game. What the fuck? Guild Wars 2 combat system is absolutely peak design. Low skill floor, but infinite skill ceiling. Yeah, that sounds really good then. Yeah, Dark Souls. I mean, I love Dark Souls combat. It sounds like it's a lot similar, more similar to that. Now you're making me want to go do Elden Ring modding again. I don't know that we'd ever be able to mod it that way, though. Okay, that was Dawnbreaker 13. Upgrade. I played Guild Wars 2 for 5 to 6 years before coming back to WoW. Oh, good. I'm glad they enjoyed it. An upgrade with an enhance or with a Windwalker though. The reason they cut Guild Wars 1 was they felt they couldn't add any more to the game. Bloat. Issue is Guild Wars 2 is a more bloated mess than 1 ever was. Oh yeah. I think if they ever did a WoW 2, that would be why, but I think at the same time, it's already proven that they shouldn't because it's already so fucking bloated, but it's still fine. Add to that one first. There's way too much sweat in Classic for no reason. It's so easy, and the player base acts like it's some order of elite gamers. Yeah, it's really bad. Classic is, yeah. I really like Classic as a concept, but man, playing it with people who play it on official Blizzard servers it's just insufferable. It's actually crazy. I didn't realize that the reason I liked playing Classic so much was because there was no way to have logs originally. During the private server days, everybody had to use the 1.12 client, which did not support combat logging, so there was no way to actually have even DPS meters barely worked. So it was like impossible to see that kind of stuff. And then as soon as it was allowed by Blizzard, the game is just fundamentally different now, and it's really weird. I never thought it would happen that way. I'm shocked that it did, to be honest. Why make a WoW 2 though when people are still paying? Well, they would pay for WoW 2 as well, yeah. Now, I don't know what the decision in making a second game is, but other games have done it and it's worked out for them, so. Dark Souls is way better than Elden Ring. The open world isn't fun for me. Oh, really? I would agree with you to some degree. I don't like the open world concept. What I don't like, especially about the open world concept, is that it's got like a lot of randomness and weird shit to it, like stuff that doesn't feel like a Dark Souls game. But at the same time, the open world allowed them to do things like the crafting system. It added a lot more like traditional RPG stuff, which is really nice. So I would say they're very similar games, but they're also very different. And to me, I think the best game is just a dungeon game like Dark Souls, where every game is like a legacy dungeon, or every part of the game is basically a legacy dungeon, like in Elden Ring. But Elden Ring is a better game to play, like I'd say. A better video game long term. What's your opinion on Dark Souls 2? The worst of the three, but still a great game. I think the thing I dislike the most about Dark Souls 2 is the UI and some of the graphics. Like, it doesn't look like Dark Souls 1 or 3, and I think that's a big reason why I didn't like it. Dark Souls 3 is perfection, and I wouldn't expect them to ever make a game better than Dark Souls 3. Like, if they ever did a 4, it probably would struggle to beat 3. But Elden Ring is a superior game because it has all the things I liked about Dark Souls, and it has even more. I just like the exploration of a closed world. I get you. It makes sense, actually, because you lose a lot of that charm. Like, the open world concept in a game like that is almost watered down to the point where you can't really interact with it in a meaningful way. But at the same time, it also expands the RPG elements of the game, and I think it's the best part about Elden Ring. The crafting system is one of my favorite things in Elden Ring. Diablo or DS, yeah, Dark Souls 3 is the greatest in the series. I agree, Dark Souls 3 is excellent, yeah. Dark Souls 2 would be good if it had omnidirectional movement. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just the graphic style I didn't like in Dark Souls 2 at all. Especially the UI. And they got rid of the Estus Flask. Like, just a lot of the core things that make Dark Souls what it is. It almost feels like it's a different game. Like, I think if Dark Souls 1 wasn't so popular, Dark Souls 2 would not be called Dark Souls. It would have been a different game altogether. Kind of like Demon Souls and Dark Souls, you know? Like, I don't think they're related even. I don't think Dark Souls 2 is in any way related to Dark Souls 1. And then 3 kind of tries to combine them again, but it had nothing to do with it. Dark Souls 2 has the Estus Flask now, does it? I remember it had these like gems that you had to crush to restore health. Is that not? Maybe it also had both, I don't remember. It also had the life gems. Oh, okay. Dark Souls 3 is amazing. Steam's lack of cloud saves for it was tremendously devastating. Oh, you like lost saves and stuff because of it? What key is this? It's like Air Kara, maybe. I know, City of Threads, probably. The gem mechanic came from Demon Souls? Oh, really? Yeah, I don't like the gems at all. It's got me really thinking about all these different concepts in different games, man. It's crazy. I've only played Dark Souls 1 Remastered and Dark Souls 2. Really enjoyed both. Yeah, 3 is just a better version of 1 and kind of combines the decent stuff from 2 into the game. 3 is like Elden Ring light, basically. The coolest thing about 3 is how many new weapons and all this new stuff, like spells, and it's just a huge step up visually as well from 1 and 2. And then Elden Ring is just like all of that, but to the nth degree, like a way more amount of RPG elements, a way more amount of customization, a way more amount of like class stuff. Like, I think it mostly is the mod, to be honest. Like, I think most of the stuff I love about Elden Ring is probably not in the base game. But I'm telling you, if you guys never played Elden Ring, don't even bother playing the original game. Like, if you're not already interested in it, just check out the Convergence mod. It basically turns Elden Ring into like a full-on RPG. Like, it's now like a full-on RPG with like seriously like very heavy class focus, extreme divergence in classes, kind of like in WoW. Like a paladin and a death knight are nothing similar, right? They don't have the same spell names, they don't have the same visuals, they don't do the same types of damage, they don't have the same stats, you know, like nothing is the same between the classes. That's how it is in Convergence. And I like that a lot in that game, because it gives you a reason to replay the game outside of just like speedrunning or a challenge, you know? Dark Souls 3 is an excellent game, but then at the end of the day, it's like very like you don't really want to replay the game. You have to like very heavily limit what you can play with if you do that, because the like class system in Dark Souls is like a recommendation. It's almost like a starting point, and that's it. Like, if you want to be a caster in Dark Souls 3, you don't pick a class. You just play the game and get spells, and you prioritize using those. Whereas in the Elden Ring mod that I'm talking about, like, if you want to be a caster, there's like 7 or 8 different classes that you pick, and those are the things you do. You could change classes like directly, but you still have to adhere to the class schema. Like, if you want to change class, you just have to go get all the items and spells that the other classes use. And the way they do that is by giving you like the spells do almost nothing without certain items and certain stats. And so, for example, like a holy caster in that game requires strength and faith, and if you have that, you do full damage, like you're actually balanced with that. And if you don't have that, then those spells do nothing, like they don't work.
2, 1.
And it's really smart how they managed to do that. I think that's genius.
And now
Anyway, Jambosi was going. I didn't get to say goodbye to him really, but
lesson of the
I was
void.
glad I was able to catch him. Just ran Mardon on live for a little mog. Princess Dagger dropped. Oh, is that rare?
Our friend awaits you in the high hall.
Meriden's one of my favorite classic dungeons for sure. I used to play Dark Souls 1 with randomized item mod. Oh, that's cool. I never tried like stuff like that. I guess we don't have any.
Beware.
I always thought it would be sick to do a full co-op run of Dark Souls 3. And there's another thing you can do in Elden Ring. Elden Ring, you can play a full co-op game. Like, you never have to leave each other with this mod. It's crazy. I don't know how anybody figured that out or what the technology is there, but yeah, it's called seamless co-op, and you can play the entire game. Like, whereas in Dark Souls, you can only summon people in and then they have to leave. It's a full co-op game with this mod. Doing that with a full comp run would be sick. Yeah, it would be, I agree. The reason is why Morrowind has aged like fine wine. Very strict class focus with unique gameplay. Oh, sweet. Yeah, I never played Morrowind. I never really played the Elder Scrolls games. Actually, I think I did play Morrowind a little bit, but not for very long. I didn't really understand the game at the time.
Beware. Beware.
Morrowind was so good. Oh yeah. The rolling dice combat on Morrowind takes some time to get used to, but once you do, it's a great game. Nice. I don't know anything about the game, honestly.
Invaders, fear not, citizens. We will show them Onsuret's fall. Beware.
Look at the damage. I'm going crazy.
Beware.
When is someone going to tell him Queen Anstrak has died 1,000 times? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, 5 deaths so far. Not what you want to see. far, so good. No problems on the fight. Vociferous, what's the name of it? I don't even know what it's called. Strange name. What's that? Fight dies pretty quick, actually. To PayPal. I use that website. In the chat, everybody's dead. There's always like this whenever we have like a super heated discussion or something that's very interesting gets discussed, and I think everybody just goes and thinks about it for a while. Nobody chats. That's what I'm thinking about, all this stuff now, all this stuff we've been talking about. Is it possible to move from the puddle too early on the first boss? I was doing a 13 city and the hands died 3 times with the puddle and claimed I was moving it too quick. Oh, walked right in that. No, I don't think so. Once the spell casts, like, that's the end of it. Like, no such thing as too quick. Unless you're moving before the spell is cast, then yeah, obviously that's too quick, but... Or maybe what they meant was that like you were moving it too rapidly, like you moved the boss very far so that people kept getting dragged instead of running with it, which I think if you get dragged you take damage. But maybe that's what they're referring to. Like not that you move too quick with relationship to the mechanic, but you move too quick for their movement. Maybe that's what they meant. Like, I think if the boss pulls you because you're not in range of the circle, you take damage. So that might be what they're referring to.
Another spider's fall. This can't be.
Where were you assigned? If this distressing trend continues, we will run out of spies.
Second combat again, what's that? Downmeld. Helps out there, I guess. It does have native support. What? Oh, you're behind. Somebody tell him. Talking about Diablo 2 probably, or Diablo 4 again when we were talking about that. You weren't behind before, now you're behind. Do you have a tracker or weak core for your death and decay? Yes, right here.
Much better. Come to me and I will help you as agreed. Your target is the Grand Splicer.
Nobody else needs to go over there, right?
The drive for innovation.
Just the one person.
Meshed well with Ansarek's thirst for ascension. Stay close and be quiet. The Transformatory was once the home of our sacred evolution. ISO has made a
Defensive or immunity on first ice shard. I will clear with revival for round 2. That's cool. Survival or revival seems really good.
A traitor. Our queen will be so disappointed.
First, your little pets will die. Then we'll make you stink.
I'll take it from here. Beware.
Glacial annihilation. Blizzard surges.
Darkness consumes. My turn. Beware.
Our next season's dungeon is going to be all pitch black and stupid like season 1. No. But I'm not sure what you mean because I don't know what you mean by that at all, really. But you talking about like visually? Pitch black. I don't know what that means. I mean, Dawnbreakers certainly. Like I don't know what you mean by that, really. But
Must I do everything?
I found these really hard to see in. Oh, no, I have no idea. That I don't have any experience with. It's the first time I've heard anybody say that. So you might want to get on the PTR and check because it might be something to do with something else that's not related to the dungeons. Not looking forward to Cleft or Darkflame Cleft. Yeah, me neither, but I'm hoping that it'll end up being better than we think it's going to be. Certainly doesn't sound like it's going to be a good Mythic Plus dungeon. Yeah, nobody really is, but doesn't sound like it's going to be a good one, but it could end up being better than you think. Said the same thing about Grim Patrol and Dawnbreaker, and they ended up being great. Seems too gimmicky. Yeah, I would agree with that in general. Are they dark like Caught or light like Temple of Jade Serpent? Well, I guess the question I have is like, why do you say all the dungeons in this season are like that? Because I don't think there's anything like that besides this one. This is an Eric Hare, I guess, maybe. But I mean, again, they're not all 8 dungeons are not one thing, you know. But you can check yesterday's stream. That's the new dungeon they just made, and that's going to be also there for Mythic Plus. It's pretty bright, I'd say. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, you could also use a Stinky Bright Potion. That really helps. If it's actually truly like a thing, like Cop has like visual issues because of the brightness and darkness at times, having it be uniform is really helpful. So it's called Stinky Bright Potion, and it basically takes away any like fog effect lighting in the world, in the game, anywhere. And it usually like substantially brightens any landscape. Maybe not always. I don't know exactly how it works in some dungeons, but out in the world it's transformative. I used it out in Hellfire Peninsula, and it's insane how different that zone looks like with the Stinky Bright Potion on. I don't know how expensive they are, but yeah, I know Cop has like thousands of these things in his bag to help him. I just don't do good in dark dungeons. I also have visual issues like Cop. That's why I'm asking. I didn't even hit 2K this season because I wasn't enjoying the dungeon pool. Gotcha. Yeah, I just don't know how to answer because it's like I'm not sure the issue that you're having, and I don't find like all 8 dungeons being the same way, you know, so it's hard for me to answer it one way or the other. I love watching these. Well, John Bot, welcome. Looking at the potions on Wowhead, it might help you. It has a screenshot to show off how bright stuff gets. Yeah, I think you should really have a look at that, to be honest. It's called Stinky Bright Potion. Do I have some? I still have some, yeah. Here, I'll put this one on for you. See that? Look at that difference. That helps, right? Is that gonna help you? I feel like that must. And this is not a very transformative effect. I would say this is one of the least transformative of all the ones I've seen. This basically just makes the weather in the world look like the bright sun is out. Unfortunately, it doesn't work in indoor dungeons. Oh, it doesn't work at all in Stonewall? Okay. All I know is, like, I've seen it used in some zones, and it is like, holy shit. Like, if you remind me after this, as long as I don't die, I will go to, Wait, kills the stream? What do you mean? Didn't even know that was in the game. It was only in the game for the first time in Dragonflight. But the Inky Black Potion is the other one, which does the complete opposite. It makes it, like, super atmospheric and very dark. Which I used to love, but the older I got, I don't know if it's just my eyes or what, but, like, it started to become like, my eyes would get really tired while playing with Inky Black. So I stopped using it. But I used to exclusively, like, if I ever did any world content, I'd always have one on. But yeah, if you remind me after this dungeon and I don't actually die, which is very unlikely because I'm sure we're going to wipe to the last boss. But either way, I can just go get another potion. But I'll show you Hellfire Peninsula. Wait till you see what Hellfire Peninsula looks like with these potions. I've also heard Bashir is really crazy too, but I've never gone there with the Stinky Bright one on. It made everything a bit pixely when you used it. Oh, really? It's probably just a coincidence. Fashion with bright potion it equals my eyes. But that place is probably already like maxed out on brightness, so I don't know that would even work. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. It's gonna confuse people. I guess it's not a matter of light versus dark, but more clarity. I don't know, it's hard to explain. It's harder for me to read black text on a white background than white on black. Gotcha. Yeah, that, like I said, I don't know anything about that, so I can't help you with that, but I think this does help that problem. SV is generally darker, but the mechanics are all telegraphed really well. Yeah, it's like a lot of reds and stuff against the blacks, right? So it's easier to see. I see what you mean there. This is like a lot of purple on purple, I guess is your point.
Beware.
Kind of muddy. It's almost like muddy, you know, like kind of clogged up visually. I knew we were gonna lust here. It's such a bad lust, and then somebody instantly dies. I really don't know why people insist on lusting on this fight. Especially in the middle of the fight like that. I think the transparent circles from Freehold or the stun in Gauntlet of Halls, those types of swirlies drive me nuts. Oh, well, you're gonna love the new shit then. Did you see the Wowhead article about it? Maybe not. Yeah, you want to talk about this topic, you gotta go check this Wowhead article out. I don't know if it's gonna be every single swirl in the game or what, but like they're dramatically changing the way certain things look in the game. You're gonna love it, based on that conversation. I'm gonna show you this after this. You're gonna love it. You're gonna fucking go nuts when you see this. I'll show it to you on stream after this.
So persistent. For you, a reward. Witness the unparalleled wonder of transformation.
Oh, this guy's feral, I just realized. This dungeon, I don't even think I thought about this dungeon once. I was just thinking about all these things we've been talking about instead. Is this gonna be a deplete? Yeah, looks like it. No lust for the last boss, like that solidifies it. No idea why we lusted like that. It's easy time if no one dies. Yeah, but if somebody's gonna die, that's like always the case. That's why we want less than all our stuff for this last boss. 5 minutes is more than enough for this boss. I get what you're saying, like in a world like every other dungeon where nobody dies. I would agree with you, but this fight is always a mess. Hopefully I'll be wrong. Felt like such a senseless change. Taking Shadow Step away from Outlaw really put the nail in the coffin for me. I don't even hate Assassination. Oh, they took it out of Outlaw. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Gotta disrespect to make classic Andes happy. Why would they? What makes that the case? Why would they do that for that? Like we can get people to survive this. I like this boss. It's Yasma 2.0 though. Oh yeah. You want me to battle this? Are you joking? No. The overlap with the poison and the slam bricks most keys. Yep, it's dangerous. Yeah, we're not upgrading it at this point. Like, why would we waste our battle reses on that nonsense? I have no idea what the battle res, like, what do you think we're gonna kill this boss in 3 minutes or something like that? Like, what are you talking about? Like, you really think we're gonna do something with that? That's crazy. These people are retards, man. It's really crazy. This game is predominantly played by people with no ability to critically think.
Enough. You've earned a place in my collection. Let me usher you in. Only the strong.
Compared to other games, how toxic is WoW keys? It's not really toxic. It's just stupid. It's just like a lot of idiots like that guy. Just like freaking out about something that makes absolutely no sense or difference even. I mean, really, regardless of whether or not it makes sense. It's like the key is no longer in time, brother. You guys all just fucking died to trash. Like, that's it. It sucks, but that's it. Battle resing 2 of the 4 people is not going to help us. They should implement the Hell Divers 2 system. If someone leaves, you throw down a SOS beacon as host and someone will drop in pretty quick. Oh no, you can't allow people to leave and get replaced because then there'd be people doing it on purpose to like game shit. You definitely can't ever have that. That won't ever exist. Guess we're not gonna get an answer from this guy. Wonder why. City of Threads, 13. I haven't seen a lot of balance or feral druids. Last time we saw a feral druid back here. Weekly set. Are we only on week 7? It rotates. The weekly set rotates every 10 weeks, so this is our 17th week now this season. Report leaver? No, I don't report. I don't think leaving is the problem. People overreact. People overreact is usually what gives the toxic vibe on WoW. I think like a lot of people think it's like toxic. Like, you know, like would you say that guy's toxic? Like he's just an idiot. Like does that make him toxic? I don't really know. I think people misuse the word, or maybe I don't know. It's like seems very confusing. Like The guy didn't say or do anything that was rude or insensitive or hateful. Like he didn't act toxic. He just is an idiot. You know what I mean? Like that's the problem with the game. It's like a lot of people playing this game are just really fucking confused. Like they have no idea what they're talking about. They're talking about things that like don't make any sense, and then it's just like never goes well from there. Like as soon as somebody starts talking, the game's over basically. We cannot survive them talking. He would have been toxic if he stayed inflamed. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's not toxic. That's just stupid. Like, that's... I think most people think about toxicity, quote unquote, like in like League of Legends or something like that, where the people are constantly like flaming you or making your, you know, I don't know. This just like doesn't really happen in WoW. It's like very rare that somebody actually says something hateful to you. It's they just are just stupid. They just do stupid shit constantly. Can we see your ignore spreadsheet? I can look at it if you want to see it. Yeah, it's not an ignore spreadsheet, but just a list of all the disbands with some reasons for it. So when I go to make the video at the end of the season, it's easier for me. What if they add a long penalty timer for leavers? Yeah, I just don't think there's any way to properly punish leavers. Like, Blizzard's going to try, but it's still like your day-to-day leaver is going to get away with it, you know? Is there a dragon riding dungeon next season? No. There's also a new feature of dragon riding on the ground, basically. Speaking of, I forgot we even talked about this now after all that. Let me show you this. You're going to love it. Wow, head. It's called ground. I don't even know what it's called, but it's really, really cool. Okay, let's see. Recent news. How do we do this? Yeah, drive. That's the name of it. Okay, look at that. You see, you can already see it, I'm sure. There's videos and stuff, probably.
Oh. There's a Doomstorm.
Oh, working. Yeah, you see that? See the circles and stuff? They're like way more defined and way more clear. I guess this is going to be every mechanic in the game is going to look like this now. I don't really buy that, to be honest, but that's what people are saying, so. We'll see if that's the case, or if it's just in that dungeon. What's the funniest lever you had this season? The funniest? Probably the one from today, honestly, yeah. I mean, I don't know. This is like not really that stand out. It's hilarious, but there's some crazy, crazy moments. And then I also wanted to show you, let me go get more stinky bright potions. I'm going to show you this too. I dislike that. I prefer it looking more in-universe. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be toggleable. That's funny. You're like the only person I've heard say you don't like it. I see what your point is, but I don't really feel like, I don't know, in-universe. I don't really get that. The swirls are purely there for our benefit. Like, they're not lore swirls or something, you know what I mean? They're just there for us to see the mechanics. It's always been that way. Okay, stinky bright potion. For me, then it's so much more expensive than Inky Black. I don't know if he was a lever technically, but Hector was pretty funny. Like I just said, yeah, pretty much like we said before, like just a lot of weird dumb shit gets said in this game's community anymore. Do you enjoy Mythic Plus? Oh, I love Mythic Plus. Yes, it is my favorite thing to do in retail WoW for sure. Okay, I want to show you guys this, and then I am going to end the stream early today, just because we've been so involved in thinking about other stuff. I don't want to keep being too preoccupied with these keys, but I am going to show Spinbot this crazy shit. What's the best way to do this? Gotta get to Hellfire Peninsula somehow. You're going to be shocked when you see this. Like, if you've never seen this done in this game, it's going to be totally crazy for you. I get it. It should be a feature, though, so it's good that the game gets it. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's probably not going to be a toggle just because I don't know that they have the ability to toggle something like that, but at the same time, it's also really good for everybody, I think. Alright, let's just go to Hellfire first. and then I will show you both. Because like Hellfire, the reason I'm targeting Hellfire is because it's got this really unique like red mist color to it. Really TBC in general, it's like they really were heavy with this lighting concept. But it's actually really like very distinct in this zone. Like look at how different the color palette of this zone is compared to when we get to it. Like you can see the colors of it, and then as soon as we get, you see how it changed it, like it substantially changes its color, right? So that's all done with this lighting, this like fog lighting that's going to change when we use these potions. Okay, so this is what the zone looks like normally, right? And this is what the skybox looks like normally. So really dark and really weird, right? Now watch what happens when I use inky black. This one is definitely a lot more, like it's going to make it even worse now, right? So now there's inky black. It's super dark. You can barely see anything, especially in this zone. It's very, you know, it makes it even harder to see, right? Okay, so that's inky black. That's what it looks like. We're going to take that off. Goes back to this way. Again, kind of like bright red landscape, even though the ground's basically brown. Use the fog on the lighting. Here's stinky bright. Watch this. It's like, what the fuck? Is this the same zone? It actually doesn't. I mean, to me, it doesn't even look like the same zone. It's crazy. What's this guy doing? Doesn't even look like the same zone. Absolutely insane. And then the skybox changes too with this one. It's like a night or like a daytime skybox from like BFA. It looks like Goreground, yeah, pretty much. It looks like a totally different zone to me. And I don't know, it's like almost like a storm's brewing over in the corner there. But yeah, other than that, the sky's usually really clear and really bright. And yeah, so I think these are good things to have in your bags if you're having trouble seeing and distinguishing things. But yeah, I'm going to get off and I'm going to go work on some stuff that you guys made me think about today. So I will be back tomorrow with another stream. Just to make this like a clear point moving forward, I'll probably be permanently shifting the schedule up a little bit. I had gone from starting at like 11 to 11:30 and ending at 4 to 4:30. I'm going to trying to start at noon and probably start ending around 5 or something like that. But yeah, today we're going to go a little shorter just because I got stuff I want to work on. But it's like this in every zone ever, yeah. But it's just this zone specifically because of the coloration of the zone. It's really, really, really noticeable. So, yeah, go get some potions and go fly around, man. It's crazy. They should work in all dungeons, too. I like that they're making accessibility features like the potions in that train dungeon that make the terrain stop moving. Yeah, they're doing a lot more of that. So I think it is good for the game. But, all right, cool, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Again, probably at noon. So, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys in the next one.